Hello, how's everybody? Oh, there's no chat. I was like, where is everybody? Hold on, wait. Give me like 15. Trying to pull open the thingy I use to see all of you. Select live sources. Oh God, what is happening? Okay, there we go. Okay, we're live and I can see you all. Yay. Let's go. Somebody said koalas in real life are so much bigger than I thought. I don't think I've ever seen a koala in real life. How's everybody doing this Saturday? Someone said, what are your thoughts on TADC? I don't know what that means. How's everybody doing? It's capybara time. It's always capybara time, to be fair. We're talking about capybaras. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Hey everybody. I am excited to talk about today's topic. I don't know how to describe it. I think it's right in the middle ground of topics that are not super depressing, but still interesting. Oh, The Amazing Digital Circus. Is that what TADC is? I've never watched it. No thoughts. Head empty. No thoughts. Anyways, yeah, I am back. It's funny because like for all of you, this might just seem, pretty standard. Like I was live 2 days ago and I'm live again, but for me it was actually like a lot going on there. I went all the way to the other side of the country, like the actual very other side of the country, to hang out with Smosh. And then I had to edit the video that I just put up 30 minutes ago or however long ago, partially at the airport, which was hilarious. So that happened. And then I got it up today. It's funny because I really wanted to put that video up yesterday and I was going to, but I just had no way of actually like uploading it. I forgot that at home I have to have really fast internet there. That way I can stream. But out in public, I do not have very fast internet. So it took such an unreasonably long time to upload the video. And then I had to add something into the video because there was an update after the fact. Which is like, oh no. So I did not have time to re-export, re-upload. I was like, let me just take care of it once I get back. But yes, I'm back. Someone said, do you know when the Smosh video will come out? No, I do not. They very much have their own... There's a lot of moving parts. I was just one of those moving parts. So whenever Smosh sees fit to release that video, that's when you will all see it. But I won't say anything about it until we get there. Someone said, are Smosh actually nice? I mean, the people I talk to are nice. Yeah, they're lovely people. Because the thing about Smosh is like, it's a lot of people. It's not just the people that you see in the videos. There's a lot of crew members as well. And literally every single person that I encountered was nice. Like all of them in their own way was just like really lovely to work with, really accommodating. And that's why when they asked me if I wanted to hang out for an episode of Assumptions, I literally didn't even hesitate. I was like, that's gonna suck with my streaming schedule, but the answer is yes. I would like to do that. So it was great. Someone said, I always forget that you might make additional edits afterwards. Yeah, for my videos, I usually don't, if I'm being honest. But sometimes I do feel like if there was something in my video that I felt like I wish I had more clarification on and I wasn't able to provide it because it didn't exist, and then that comes out, I will come back later and update it. So I think thus far, I remember having to make edits from my Rebel Wilson video because she had put up a bunch of Instagram stories after, which were wild. I remember adding edits from my Charlie Puth video for things that I found after the fact. This one, it happens every now and then. But yeah, no, usually I'm just like, I post the videos so close to when they're recorded that there's not even usually time for additions, honestly. Someone said, did you explore LA outside of meeting Smosh? Did they show you around? I didn't have time to do that. I didn't take the week off or any time off from my YouTube schedule to go hang out on the other side of the country. So as much as I definitely would have loved hanging out with people, I was like, okay, thank you guys so much. Smiley, smiley. And then I ran to the airport and then put the finishing touches on that video, then flew home and then woke up and prepared everything for today. So yeah, it wasn't it. Someone said I could have sworn that I've seen the D'Angelo Assumptions video. You did. Yeah. A couple years ago, maybe 2024, I was hanging out with H Bomber Guy and Mina Lee. It was a really great video. Honestly, it was a really great conversation. Another group of people who are quite wonderful. But yeah, honestly, someone said LA sucks. I mean, clearly, as evidenced by the nice people I meet, there are a lot of wonderful people in Los Angeles, obviously, but again, I ain't from there. I'm truly not an LA kind of guy. You're not gonna catch me getting so big that I move to California. I mean, California is more than just Los Angeles, but yeah, no, every time I go there, I enjoy the people I get to interact with, but it reinforces why I don't live there. Definitely so. Someone said, I'm so excited to see that video when it comes out. You should be. I think it came out really well, honestly. It was fantastic. And I'm not the only guest in that video, by the way. There was one other person there who it was just great. Everybody was great. All right. Anyways. Someone said, I didn't think we would have a stream today. Thank you. I grinded to have a stream today. I was like, it would have been so easy to not stream today because, full disclosure, chat, if I seem a little loopy or whatever, which I don't think I do, because I did still get a full night's sleep, due to a mix of like us being stuck on the plane and me just having to take a crazy late flight, or what felt like a late flight because of time zone differences, I did not actually get off of the plane until 1 a.m. last night, my time. And now I'm here at noon streaming for all of you. But like, honestly, I have literally already taken so much time off. I was just like, bro, I can't do it. I don't want to miss the Saturday stream. Not when I have such a good topic too. I've been told y'all I was going to talk about Shy Girl. And since then, there's been at least 2 other instances of AI writing being pulled by publishers and stuff like that. So I want to get into that and all the nuances that it entails. Someone said bonus video. No. The video that I put up today was one that I wanted to put up tomorrow, but I couldn't because of airport Wi-Fi. Someone said, am I late? You're never early, you're never late to this stream. I'm the one who just decides arbitrarily what time we start. Speaking of which, if this is your first stream, hi. And if you're wondering why we've just been talking about random things for the past 7 minutes or whatever, that's the structure. Usually for the first 30 minutes, it's exactly what you're getting now, which is a yap session. And then around the 30-minute mark, that's when we'll jump into today's topic, which is like layered, multifaceted. Someone said, glad you're feeling better. Thank you. Yes, that's the main thing that I couldn't go there if I was sick. You know, I can't show up at their fancy studio and get the entire crew sick because that's just not fair. So I was really crossing my fingers that whatever I was dealing with would get sorted before then. And it did. I'm so happy. Someone said you sound so much healthier. Dude, I was listening back to some of my other stuff and I sounded rough, buddy. I sounded rough. I finally sound like myself again, which I'm so happy about. I'm really so happy about. Someone said you're actually going. Thank you. I appreciate that. Someone said it's crazy. I got sick too. I blame allergies and the crazy back and forth weather. Literally me too. For me, it was definitely the back and forth weather more than anything. Allergies definitely like they do stay just whooping my behind, but like it's for a much shorter period of time than the sickness I experience. Usually allergies will take me out for a weekend, if that, usually just a day. But no, it was like, it almost felt like 2 weeks. But I think it was like a solid week and a half of me. It was so bad, man. Someone said Smosh just moved to a new studio, right? You may have been one of the first to see the new set. I was. Not to brag, but yeah, I was. I'm not sharing tales out of school. Smosh just made it public that they have this fancy new place, which is incredible. And yes, actually, the episode of Assumptions that I recorded with everybody was one of the first usages of that set. They were really, really proud to show it off too, and they should have been because it looked amazing. But yeah, the things that they're doing honestly are really, really cool. I was excited. I was very excited to be there. Someone said your head is very shiny. Thank you. I worked on it. I tried to have it shiny today for you all. You know what's funny though? I do still try to make sure that my head is not too shiny, because there is a level of shiny bald head that I think some people will do that scares me. It's too far beyond what I am trying to project personally. You get a level of reflective surfaces from some guys, and I'm just like, okay, maybe let's not have that shiny of a head, but we don't want to give dry. So yes, there is going to be a little shine for sure. So how was your trip? It was lovely, very quick. Get in, get out, and it was not really a vacation, but I still was happy I went, honestly. Reading. Someone said the weather has been killing me. I'm so sensitive to barometric pressure shifts, and my head has been absolutely spinning. Ugh, I'm sorry to hear that. Genuinely, I'm sorry to hear that. All right. What else? Someone said the whole Shy Girl book situation is wild. In my opinion, it's a bit odd to use AI to decide whether or not a book could have been written by AI. Oh, you're getting into the meat and potatoes of my discussion, for sure. Okay, so can I give you a little preview of the video? We're not at the 30-minute mark yet, but I want to tell you what we're kind of going to be getting into today. You already know my multiple things being true stance that I typically take towards things, mostly because multiple things are usually true. If I'm being quite honest with you, do believe the book that we're going to be talking about today was written with AI. Not just because of the way the book reads, but because of some of the things that the author has said. I really do think it was written with AI. However, believing a book was written with AI because you use some sort of AI detector website is a terrible reason to try to get somebody's book canceled or accuse them of using AI or whatever. That is literally just not acceptable by any means. And these AI detectors, they're so bad with their false positives. I really, really don't like these tools at all. And actually, I believe that it's much more effective for you as a human being to determine in your own mind whether you think something is AI or not, because there are things that these AI detectors don't really pick up on that just become obvious to you, having just read too much AI text. Of me just being on the internet and reading a lot of posts about things, unfortunately, I've consumed a lot of AI content, and so the actual tells, they're not the same thing that these AI detectors are doing by any means. But it's just wild, man. It's just wild. Someone said AI on AI crime. But yeah, we are going to mention today though that other people have made deep dives into why they think that this book was AI generated, and it has nothing to do with these websites that detect it. It has everything to do with the way the book is actually written, things that just really stand out as odd. But there's obviously a lot to be said. We're going to be talking about whose responsibility is this and where do we go from here. But one thing I'm going to get into, I don't know why I'm talking so much about the topic when we're not there yet. I need to stop. I'm excited though. I'm going to stop right now. Someone said I watched Swell Entertainment's video on it. Those things are not reliable. Yeah, those detectors are not it, bro. Actually, I'm going to show you today how not it they are, honestly. Reading. Someone said I read Shy Girl as an early release for my book Instagram, and I did use my own brain to decide if it was as awful as everyone says, and it's worse than just the AI use. Yeah, from what I understand, we're not going to get into it today because I didn't read the book, but the book has problems that go pretty far beyond whether or not ChatGPT or whatever was used to make the sentences more interesting. But that is a topic for another another video, honestly. Someone says this about that Shagro book. Partially, yes, and then we're also going to be talking about 2 other instances of confirmed AI use and cancellations that followed. Someone said, it's so obvious they're unreliable. When they scan my coursework, it flags incorrect results. Yeah, but I think the thing is, like, people really want to feel like they're not being lied to. They want to know that they're, I guess, smarter than these machines. But in doing so, we're kind of capitulating to yet another machine that still doesn't know what it's doing and puts out false positives. A lot of these AI things, you can take old text written before LLMs even existed, before generative AI as it's traditionally understood was even a thing, and it'll still say that it was written by AI. So it can't be that. One thing I will say though, I personally believe that as creators, honestly, us need to be doing a much better job at documenting our processes. At this point, there's literally no excuse. Now, granted, should I have to be able to prove that every single thing that I did and do and continue to do is not AI? No, it's not really like my responsibility, but that doesn't change the fact that, like, it's just very, very useful. If you are creating something, save your works in progress. If you're drawing something, find a way of recording it, right? Save your sketches. Like, yes, you can sort of use AI to reverse engineer it to make it look like you did it yourself, but that's much harder to do than just point blank generating something and leaving it up to the whims of the internet. I'm trying to pull this thing that I want to show you all from my 2026 folder a few months ago when I whipped up this aesthetic that you all see back here. But yeah, I've talked about this before. Like, my background, I already knew, for example, that we were going to get the AI accusations. And that is why I created this and saved this. This is something I usually would never show anybody. Hold on, I'm going to make myself disappear for a second. Okay, you can still hear me. So, like, the differences here are, I completely ideated this. I created it myself, just a whack, crappy version, and then I sent it off to an architectural visualization company, honestly, and I had them create it. Most of their stuff looks much more realistic than this, but I told them I want everything pink, matte pink, and there was no AI involved because I just didn't need it. But, like, I don't think it would have gone as well for me if I came back to the internet and I was like, oh guys, I swear my background has no AI. I promise you just have to take my word for it. It's much easier to be like, okay, y'all, I have the OG version. What do you want me to tell you? And therefore there's been no sort of controversy. So save your works in progress. Someone said you model in 3D. No, the 3D modelers did the background. They are the ones with the actual talent. I just put this together using Photoshop. This is a terrible, I stole a bunch of pictures and I was like, okay, we're going to put this here and we're going to put this here. But you know what? They liked me better. They liked me better than the rest of their clients. And typically, when I commission artwork, people like me better than all their other clients because I come in with specificity. I think a lot of people, when they're commissioning artwork, they just give them like a vague, like, I don't know, I just pink and like maybe a statue in the background. But I'd be like, I want almost exactly this. And people are just like, whoa. They always tell me like, this was so easy to work with. And I'm like, let's go. And the reason is because, like, I am also an artist and have also done things on commission for other people, and I greatly appreciate when they are specific instead of just doing vibes. Or if you're going to be doing like just vibe based commissions, don't go crazy with the revisions. It's okay if you are commissioning artwork and you don't really know how to like be super specific about what you're looking for, but if that's the truth, or if that's the case, just trust your artist Please don't make like 50,000 revisions. Like, you can make revisions within reason, but I just think there's never a happy medium, because the people who know what they want the least are always the ones who have the most to say about what you turn in. And I'm just like, anyways, that's all I have to say about that. Someone said specificity means less iterations. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Granted, there are definitely cases where I would just be like, you know what? Just do whatever. Just rock my world. But like in that case, I wouldn't go super ham trying to, like, I guess, change it after the fact. Someone said, as an artist, thank you. Vagueness is so hard. When creating stuff in clear instructions is more efficient. It really is. I like it. I prefer it. Someone said, do the photos on the wall have any substance like paintings or quotes, or are they purely to fill the background? No, they're empty. If you were to like zoom in, you will see that there's nothing even in these frames. Because I didn't want to just steal like actual photos that I didn't have the rights to. I was like, you know what? We don't even need pictures. We just need the illusion of pictures, honestly. Someone said, I just had that convo with my tattoo artist. I cannot wait to see what he creates. Yes, trust your tattoo artists as well. Oh, speaking of... Wait, I don't know if I should say this. The sirens are in the background. Okay, I'm just going to be vague, but I'm going to a tattoo convention at some point soon, which I'm really excited about. Sorry, the sirens are getting so loud. I'm scared. I'm scared. I've never been to one of those before, and so I think that'll be super sick. I'm excited. Yay, let's go. Someone said, I commissioned an artist to draw my husband and I in the style of My Chemical Romance 3 Cheers album cover. That's sick. I like that. All right. The time is upon us. Even though I'm still having fun just yapping. I'm still having fun yapping. So I missed the D'Angelo bunny. I don't know where he is. He's somewhere safe, I think. Hold on. Yeah, no, I'll find him later. Don't worry. He's safe, I swear. I promise. Someone said you could use public domain art. A lot of museums have that on their website for download. True. I could just use a bunch of classical paintings, which is a really good idea. Also, speaking of which, can I show you one of my favorite paintings of all time? It would definitely be the Roses of Heliogabalus by Lawrence Almatadama. Okay, great. Tadema, my bad. So, dude, it's not just because this happens to be on brand with the pink. I swear to God. Let me get out the way. I'm going to disappear. I am going to make y'all disappear too. Swear to God. This is one of the prettiest paintings to ever exist. I think I've quite literally been obsessed with this for years. I'm probably never actually going to get to see it in real life, which is really sad because it's in a private collection. But I don't know. Hopefully this person at some point like gives it to a museum, because I will quite literally travel. I will travel to see this in real life. I have to see this in real life. Wikipedia has like this really big, like high quality version of it where you can see all this amazing detail. And I'm like, it is not enough. I need to see this with my eyes. But yeah, that's probably my favorite painting, period. Someone said, don't forget the meme of the day. Let's see. All transparency, I didn't even have time to find one because I was so back and forth. Oh, wait. Never mind. I'll just pull this one, which I sent to somebody recently. I am going to send this to my OneDrive. That way I can share it with all of you. Coachella's happening. I don't really have like opinions about Coachella or anything like that, but that's some big pop culture news. Probably may or may not see on your feed. Okay, let's see. OneDrive. I don't know why I do like the thinking pose. Like, does that help me think? Okay, let's see. Oh, snap. My second monitor. I completely forgot. When I left, I took the charger that I used to plug in my second monitor. Because I needed the charger for my laptop. It's a long story, but I have both of those plugged into the same charging block. So I got to go get that really fast. But first, let me get the meme of the day. Hold on. Photo. Yes. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Meme of the day. This is a meme of the day for when you just genuinely don't know how to respond. I love this picture because I don't know why. I think I have like a soft spot for taking characters, especially ones from my childhood, and just making them say funny things. I think our last meme of the day was Woody from Toy Story. But now this time we've got Princess Peach saying, I just don't know how to respond. Also, I think this is apt timing with the release of the Mario Galaxy movie. So you get a themed meme of the day, not sponsored by Nintendo. Someone said, I love this one. Dude, I use this one so much because so often I don't know how to respond. But yeah, feel free to screenshot if you want. I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, bet. And if not, you could literally just Google the text and find it pretty easily. All right, someone said I've been using that one for years. I have probably been using this meme, I almost want to say for 10 years. Maybe it's not that old, but it almost feels like I've been using this meme for 10 years at this point. Let's see. Stream surface. Okay, yes, we are connecting to that second monitor. Someone said I send this one to my friends all the time. Bruh. All right. Things happening in the background. Things happening. Someone said it's on brand with all the pink. Yeah. Princess Peach is an icon. You know what? At some point, we should just do a stream where we review characters that like wear a lot of pink or are pink, just in keeping with the theme of my background. And we'll just do like a tier list, deciding which ones are OP. But you know what? There is one. I'm sorry. There is one character that is hands down the greatest pink character. You are entitled to your own opinion. I promise. But this one, there's just no beating. There's no beating him. Let me show you who I'm talking about. Kirby. Kirby is the greatest pink character of all time. Wrap it up, you know, put a bow on it. At this point, there's just no... I'm sorry. It doesn't get any better than this. Kirby in general is actually just one of the greatest character designs of all time. But yeah, if we're literally talking pink characters, I have to put Kirby at the very, very top. Tier S. Everybody else could be like triple A, you know? There's a lot of great ones, but I love Kirby. Also, I don't know if y'all played the new Kirby racing game, but I thought it was pretty dope. I liked it. I don't know if a lot of people did like that one, but I did. I had a lot of fun. Someone said Kirby is peak. Yes. I saw someone wearing a Kirby shirt the other day. And I just got happy because I was just like, let's go. I'm so glad we're still kicking. All right. Someone said I have a Kirby plushie in my room. Nice. Kirby was like designed to be a plushie. You could just tell. All right. Also, wait a second. I just realized something. Work with me on this. Let me pull him back up. Is Kirby low-key a gender icon? Because my first experience with Kirby, I think I was probably like... It was Super Smash Brothers. So, Brawl, in my case. So I think I was like 10... or younger. Hold on, wait. I think I was 9. Release date. Yeah, 2008, January. Okay, so in January 2008, I was 9 years old. So my experience with Kirby was being a 9-year-old boy and seeing this pink character and thinking like, oh yeah, she's really cute or whatever. And then being informed that actually Kirby was a guy. And I was just like, oh, pink? Okay, that's fine. And then I just accepted it at age 9. And I think low key, that has to be one of my core memories. Like this has to be part of the reason why I care so little. I care so little about Kirby at this point. Or not Kirby. Why I care so little about gender. But I think in the traditional sense, like Kirby doesn't even really have gender. Like, does it really matter? Also, as much as I don't like Nintendo, which is infinity, that's how much I don't like Nintendo. They did say this one thing about the Toads this one time that I remember pissed a lot of people off. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I remember this from this is literally 12 years ago. But essentially, toads like don't have a gender at all. And according to this, toads basically just present however they want to. So it says this is maybe a little bit of a strange story, but we never really went out of our way to decide on the sex of these characters, even though they have somewhat gendered appearances. So I mean, like, Toad is just full of Mario in general, and various Nintendo properties are just full of like great examples of non-gendered characters, which I think is hilarious. I think that's hilarious. Reading. Someone said, I've never loved and hated anything more than Nintendo. I know. I think I like the artists who work at Nintendo, but the people who run the company, I have so much beef with. So very much beef. Someone said, I think Kirby's genderless in Japan version. I accept that, honestly, and it makes sense to me. But that's the fun thing, is like Kirby can be a boy or not a boy, or just Kirby is Kirby. Kirby be Kirby, honestly. Anyways, that's all I've got to say about Nintendo and gender, because I don't think it goes much deeper than that, if I'm being honest. All right, pulling up my outline for today. Someone said, what's your beef with Nintendo? Oh, we don't have time. They're just a company, and so in being so, there's a lot of practices, anti-consumer practices that they do, and they're also just like, this is going to sound silly, but they're really mean. they're such bullies, I think, towards other people, and then weirdly enough, also the people who are supporting them. It's very, very bizarre. But yeah, I really don't like Nintendo at all. Sometimes I feel like Kirby is transcending a deity, transcending gender. Well, play the games and you'll see that's closer to the truth than you know, or you may know from playing the games. All right. I think I'm going to start. I'm going to start right now. Let's get into it. I'm hitting record. Start recording. All right, let's go. Everybody say hi. Say hi to YouTube. Someone said they're the Disney of Japan. Yes, to be fair, I think that's a fair summation, honestly. Someone said, is this not a full stream again? I don't know. I hope it's a full stream. We'll see. I have at least one other topic to talk about, which I don't know if I'm excited, but we'll see. It's involving Coachella, even though I said I didn't have much to say about it. All right. Everybody say hi. Well, the AI apocalypse is upon us, or to put that less dramatically, we've hit the stage where now nobody knows whether the things that they're consuming are real or not. Everybody is a little bit paranoid about it, and I think it's just causing a lot of conversations I'd like to get into today. There's so many ways I could approach this, but I think I would like to look into the world of the written word. So we've got a book getting pulled by its publisher for allegedly having AI being used in its writing process. We have multiple articles getting pulled because their authors either got caught plagiarizing or admitted to AI usage, and it's all just kind of a big mess. And as against AI as I am, maybe even one of its biggest haters, I do still feel like we have lost the plot. That was weird. I do still feel like we have lost the plot a little bit with some of this criticism, but I'm going to explain what I mean, and you can see if you agree or disagree. Okay, that's it. Okay, intro. We're done. Ending the stream. Go home. No, I'm just kidding. You can stop saying hi. All right, so I guess I'll just hop into it, honestly. I'll hop right into it. Someone said he has tattoos. Yes, I have tattoos. So the main thing we're going to be talking about, or I should say, the first thing we're going to be talking about is Shy Girl, which is a novel that was released, unreleased, so to speak. And this conversation has actually been raging on for a while. There are many, many deep dives into this. I just want to kind of give you more of a recap. Someone say you're so young. Am I so young? I guess I am. Let's see. I'm so young depending on who you ask, you know? All right, so If you were to just Google Shy Girl by itself at this point, you're going to get nothing but a storm of controversy, all stemming from the fact that people think this book was like heavily written, if not completely written, using AI. Now, before I get into this, the author, from my understanding, doesn't have too much other work out. I did try to kind of look into her, just read a little bit into her thought process behind the novel, and I almost feel like this interview itself is a little iffy on the scale of AI text. Here, I'll just read some of these and you can see what I mean. So here, we could literally pull any of these. We could literally pull any of these answers. So this site asks her, for any readers unfamiliar with it, can you give an elevator pitch for Shy Girl? And the author, Mia Ballard, says, Shy Girl is a visceral, feminist body horror about a lonely woman who agrees to be treated like a dog by a wealthy man she meets online for financial compensation, only to find herself slowly, literally transforming. As her humanity slips away, so does her obedience, a brutal, poetic exploration of control, desire, and the monstrous cost of submission. So, I think, like, this would be a great time to interject right now. There is, with the exception of a few key incidents, no reliable way to know if something was actually written with AI. Okay, here, let me show you the only time that you will know this has happened. Writer caught leaving prompt in AI book. Okay, here we go. So I've just pulled a random example from Reddit. This actually happens a lot, but people writing books will sometimes accidentally leave in the little notes from the AI. So obviously, if you pop open a book and it says, I've rewritten the passage to align more with Jay Bree's style, which features more tension, gritty undertones, and raw emotional subtext beneath the supernatural elements. Yes, obviously this person has used AI and done such a poor job. They didn't even try to hide it that well, so you got caught. In cases like this, where things sound very AI because of the way that they're written, all I can like responsibly do is just say it's giving AI. I can't actually, with beyond a shadow of a doubt, tell you this has happened. Okay? Reading chat. Someone said that's beyond lazy and dumb. Yeah, no, getting caught leaving the prompt in is crazy. I also saw one where the author accidentally left in, can you rewrite this to make it sound like, it sounds like they went back and copied their original prompt and put that in the book instead of the AI's output, because it said, can you rewrite this to sound more X, Y, and Z? It's a mess, man. It's absolutely a mess. Anyways, so moving on kind of from the interview and all of that, let's go ahead and look at the text itself. So these are the sort of rumblings that you were seeing going, hold on, sorry, I'm going to change this because Reddit's website is like so ugly, low-key. Okay, there we go. Sorry. These are the sort of rumblings that have been going on ever since Shy Girl was a self-published book, but since it was published, people have been highlighting certain passages and trying to point out the idiosyncrasies that heavily suggest it wasn't exactly written by a person. Let's see. So this original post is by Redditor Here Endeth the Lesson, but I'm just going to go ahead and skip their text and give my own commentary here. I wear a pink dress, the kind that promises softness and delivers none. Its tool is brittle and sharp, brushing against my fur like 1,000 tiny teeth. A cruel lover that bites with every move. Every scratch keeps me in place, a reminder of what I am. A pet. A thing shaped for looking, for praise, for command. The bows on my pigtails pull too tight, yanking the skin and stretching my head into something neat, into something pleasing. A quiet violence made beautiful. White socks climb my legs, their frills delicate. A whisper of innocence over the bruises beneath. The ones he says shouldn't happen if the socks are there. But they do. Oh, but they always do. Oh boy, where to start? Okay, so I will say this. AI is trained on human beings. So, or AI is trained on the work of actual human beings. So anything that the AI does is because people actually do this in their own writing. Here, I'll give you some examples right now. Obviously, you've got an M dash right here. It shouldn't happen if the socks are there. M dash, but they always do, right? You've got the rules of three, like let's see, right here. A pet, a thing shaped looking for praise, for command. Actually, that's more than three. Jeez. You've got like all of these hallmarks that do strongly suggest that the book was, or that this portion was written with AI. Here's where it gets tricky, okay? Oh, wait. Sorry, give me a second, chat. I pulled the wrong link in my outline. Let's see. I'll just search it. Frankie's shelf. Shy girl. Okay, great. So, like, here's a deep dive by YouTube user Frankie's Shelf. I don't think a singular paragraph is ever a good metric for determining whether an entire work has been produced with AI. However, it is quite unlikely that for 2 hours and 40 minutes, somebody would actually be able to break down over multiple recording sessions how many AI hallmarks are in a singular novel, okay? That is mostly why people are talking about this. Someone said, I love Frankie's Shelf. Yeah, no, like, the existence of this video is why I myself am not actually going to do the breakdown. You could literally watch this, or if anything, you could like kind of skip towards the end and watch from there, because I think this is a... Oh, just realized there was audio. Was there audio playing the whole time? Wait, sorry. Let me fix my audio because I can't even hear. Okay, there we go. Better. Anyways, what I was trying to say was, yeah, this video is the reason that I'm not going to do a deep dive right now, because 2 hours and 40 minutes, I can't really beat that. Okay. You could literally just skip to the end, and there's a pretty decent breakdown of why this appears to have been AI generated. Okay. Someone said that video was still in my watch later. Yeah, definitely worth a watch. And in conjunction with there just being so much AI, also the person on Reddit 3 months ago who was talking about this, pointing out it's unlikely, even if some of the things sound like AI just because a human wrote it, it's unlikely that a book would have no sentences that sound like they were actually written by a person, right? Obviously. Here, I'll give you another example, or pulled from them. The ache is low and rhythmic, a second heartbeat in my ribs, steady and insistent, the kind of pain you get used to until it becomes part of you. Then the door bursts open, and he enters like a storm, dragging the sour stink of liquor behind him, his presence filling the room and turning the pastel air brittle. In his hands is a cake, gleaming, its pink frosting too smooth, like plastic dipped in sugar, like something that belongs in a screen, too perfect to hold. In the interest of not sounding like a fence sitter, I will give you my opinion. I also believe that this book was likely AI generated. That's not the only reason. It's also the fact that someone said, what is pastel air? Yeah, I'm sorry. The pastel air turning brittle. Yes, it does very much sound like something that somebody trying to be poetic could whip up. It also just makes no sense in such a specific way that I do unfortunately currently associate with large language machines. But pulling the author. Okay. The real kicker for me is that the author herself responded to Frankie's video and said, "Hello, Frankie. This is genuinely heartbreaking to write because I've been a fan of your channel for a long time, but I need to clarify a few things." Sorry. I don't know if you can ever hear them, but my windows settle so much, and sometimes I get scared because I'm like, what is happening? But it's literally just, I don't know how air works or windows. But anyways, if you ever hear a weird noise in the background, don't worry, nobody's coming to get me. But I'm worried, which is why I always stop. Anyways, I did not edit or format Shy Girl myself, she says. At the time, I didn't have the money for a professional editor or formatter. Those services are expensive, and I was working on a broken laptop, doing the best I could with what I had. Someone in my writing group offered to help and assured me she'd do a thorough job, so I trusted her. In the process, she also changed a lot of the wording and encouraged me to lean more poetic because that's my background, and I listened. I should have done one final careful pass before publishing, and that's on me, but the formatting and editing issues being pointed out are not present in the traditionally published edition. Most importantly, I did not use AI to write this book. Excuse me. What I can say is that the version you're referencing was edited by someone else, and I only later realized she may have run parts of it through an AI tool during her editing process. Chat, it's a no from me, dog. I'm sorry. This is absolutely a terrible excuse, because even if what Ballard is saying here is true, why in the world would you allow somebody else to alter swaths of your novel and then put your name on it and publish it? To not realize that this has happened is actually genuinely wild. So currently the only real stance we have from the author is like, no, I didn't use AI, but someone may have run my work through an AI tool and I didn't realize because they changed my book. Someone said, how are you not involved when someone is going over your writing? Yeah, dude, for your book to change so much that it now sounds like it was written by ChatGPT. I am obviously aware that editing is a real process that happens, but I would like to bring up a comment from Hold on, give me a second. Okay, I'm pulling this from the publishing subreddit. It's funny being out in the wild and then just like running into people and being like, hey, wait, I know you from YouTube. But Alexa Dunn, who is actually a published author and booktuber, kind of weighed in here and said the third party / contract / editor argument is utter BS because any legitimate writer knows that is not how any form of editing works. No editor rewrites wholesale all your writing, hands it back to you, and you go, okay, looks great. No, we're given notes, dev, line edits, line, and copy edits. Oh, whoa, we disappeared. Why did we disappear? Alexa, come back, please. This was a good comment. And copy edits, copy and proof. Oh my God. Sorry, chat. I don't know why I'm having trouble using computer today. Copy edits, copy and proof, and then we do the edits ourselves, more dev, and or go through and accept or reject changes and rekey as necessary. Line, copy, and proof. Sensitivity readers shouldn't make any changes to the manuscript, period. They deliver notes. I'm sorry, but if I gave my book to someone and they fed it into an AI, I would notice because I know my own damn writing and I do my own editing. Honestly, like, this is literally just not how editing works. And so I don't think this is a good excuse. Hopping back to this comment, she says, when my first book, Sugar, was edited by someone different, I never received these AI allegations. The accusation started after I used this same person for my novella, which I've since pulled, and for early versions of Shy Girl. I'm not able to watch the rest of the video for my mental health, but I needed you to hear this directly. Being a black woman in the publishing space has been exhausting. I get attacked constantly when all I'm trying to do is write. Mia. Buddy. Oh, man. Okay, now we're really getting into the meat and potatoes of this. Where do I start? Where do I start? I hate being put into this position. First of all, because I'm over here just trying to have a good conversation about some stuff that's going on online, and now I'm really having to think critically about all of this. But let me just say this. I truly don't doubt that as a Black woman in the publishing space, Mia Ballard has been subject to things that are just genuinely terrible and standards that frankly other people would not be held to. Actually, we're gonna get into that a little bit later in the video. That doesn't necessarily change any of my main points, which was that being so deeply hands-off with your own novel that you didn't even know somebody may have changed it with AI is still a terrible look and something that I think you should take more responsibility for than this. Okay, let's just throw that out there. Someone says, so just excuses and lacking of accountability. Yeah, in no way should anybody watching this video take this as me excusing the fact that, yes, obviously, publishing in general, honestly, I'm not even going to get into it in this video, but it's racist as hell. I say this as a book reader. No, I've never published a novel. I have never tried to publish a novel, but I literally just look at some of the stories coming out of the industry. I look at who is published and who is held up and who is put down and all of these things. And I could tell you, obviously, that there are double standards going on, but in this specific case, I don't believe that they change any of my core arguments. Anyways, let's see. Someone said, hi, disabled queer Black woman who is also a writer. Leave that excuse at the door, ma'am. Yeah, no, I wish I would love to have a conversation actually about racism in the publishing industry in any other context than excusing people using AI to write books, please. Anyways, moving on from that, because that was a lot, I'm going to pull this New York Times article about this in which she gave a statement. Okay, so you've got the New York Times reporting horror novel Shy Girl canceled over suspected AI use. Its publisher, Hachette, will not release the novel in the United States and will discontinue its UK edition, citing its commitment to quote-unquote original creative expression and storytelling. First of all, to Hachette, I must say, I am not finna let y'all get off that easy because, hold on. So they say down here, Hachette remains committed to protecting original creative expression and storytelling, a Hachette spokeswoman said. She added that Hachette requires all submissions to be original to the authors and asks authors to disclose to the company whether they are using AI during the writing process. When Shy Girl was self-published, there was already a bunch of discourse online or like disgruntled reviews of people being like, why is this kind of giving AI? So it is truly, truly not like the publisher had no idea that this was happening. I'm sorry. Y'all have to have known. I can't believe this. Someone said this is a mess. Someone said the publisher should have known. Yeah, and then honestly, if the publisher didn't know, you still should have checked and verified, obviously. In an email to the Times, Ballard, the author, denied using AI to write Shy Girl once again, contending that an acquaintance she hired to edit the self-published version of the novel had used AI. This controversy has changed my life in many ways, and my mental health is at an all-time low, and my name is ruined for something I didn't even personally do, she wrote, noting that she could not elaborate on how the book had been edited with AI because she was pursuing legal action. To this, I will say, just because I don't want egg on my face later, honestly, even if I was to take her word at face value and literally somebody else did change her book with AI and she didn't know this, you still shouldn't have put your name on it and shipped it out in this way, even if what you're saying is the case. But alas. Anyways, so the article kind of gets into more talk about how like ramifications that this may have for the publishing industry or whatever. I would have to agree that this is a terrible precedent for many reasons. Hold on, trying to pull from my source. Okay, great. But one reason that I think is pretty bad is actually, unfortunately, this controversy is hyping up another player in the AI space that I really don't like, which is AI detection tools. They have gotten so much free press off of this because even though I don't believe it was mentioned in, hold on. Yeah, even though it wasn't mentioned in this New York Times article, many of the people talking about this have been talking about pangram. Pangram, shy girl. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I remember reading this one when it came out. Hold on. I gotta pull a non-paywalled version of this because I don't want to give money to the New York Times. All right, anyways, so in another article, they tell us AI is writing fiction. Publishers are unprepared. And you get references to Pangram down here. Earlier this year, Max Sparrow, the founder and chief executive of Pangram, an AI detection program, heard of the claims about Shy Girl and decided to run a test of the full text. Its results indicated that the book was 78% AI generated. These tools don't work. I think, honestly, even this being quoted in an article is so dangerous for so very many reasons. The amount of false positives that these tools can give you is absolutely ridiculous. They quote the guy as saying, "I'm very confident that this is largely AI generated or very heavily assisted," says Sparrow, who posted his research on X in January. Your research called using an AI tool to decide whether or not something else is AI. The Times also analyzed passages from the novel using several AI detection tools and found recurring patterns characteristic of AI generated text, like gaps in logic, excessive use of melodramatic adjectives, and an over-reliance on the rule of three. I'm sorry. This is insane text for any writer to be publishing, right? Obviously, the New York Times is a collection of writers. For you as a writer to write an article about how you used an AI tool to deem somebody else's writing to be AI, that needs to be called out as well. We can't do this. At this point, we are literally descending into witch hunting. That's not how this works at all. You can obviously see that there are many other indications that this novel was likely generated using some sort of large language machine, but Pangram telling us that it was using special magical AI is not one of them. Also, I would like to show you how garbo these things are right here and right now. Let's go ahead and type up some text. Enter some text to check for AI. Let's do it right here, right now. I sat at my keyboard. Let's see, the thoughts, we need a bad metaphor, buzzed in my head like a chainsaw, echoing through paper thin walls in an empty shop class. What does that mean? Literally, what does that mean, right? But it's not actually hard to write like this. Let's keep going. I sat at my keyboard. The thoughts buzzed in my head like a chainsaw, echoing through paper-thin walls in an empty shop class. Okay. I needed to get the thoughts on the page. The ideas into the real world. And then we'll do a short paragraph. I needed to write. Okay, is that enough? I haven't written enough words for it to tell whether or not this is AI. Okay, hold on. Let's think. I have started way too many paragraphs with the same word, which is one of my pet peeves. We have like 3 of them starting with the word I, but that's okay. If I was actually trying to write better, I would do better. We now need to give like... Oh, here we go. This wasn't just writer's block. I need an M dash. I forgot the Windows keyboard shortcut. Okay, here we go. This wasn't just writer's block. This was a total... I'm trying to think. This wasn't just writer's block. This was a total vacancy of any and every concept that had previously, we need an adverb, kicked around in my head. over the past few weeks. Okay, great. Now, what you really got to do to make this sound like AI, which I don't think a lot of people realize, you have to be insecure. That's what I don't think a lot of people realize. When I search for, or when I scan text to try to tell whether or not I believe it was written by AI, which is just my own vibe, so I wouldn't use that to accuse anybody, I check it for insecurity. And here's what I mean by this. Insecurity over I sat at my keyboard, I'm just like, that's not enough. That's not enough, right? So I'm going to change that to I sat at my, Lord, sorry, my keyboard's acting weird. My actual real keyboard. Hold on. I have to zoom out, chat. I don't know why it's acting so wonky. Wait. Where did my text go? No! I lost my text. Okay, wait. Where did it go? Oh no. Hold on. This is terrible. This is terrible. Okay. I'm so sad. Okay, wait, hold on, chat. I'm going to write this somewhere where it's not going to disappear. I should have just written this in Notepad from Jump. What did I say? What did I say? I don't even remember what I was saying. It was like, I sat at my keyboard. Oh my God, I don't remember what I said. I don't remember what I said. I said I sat at my keyboard. Oh, the thoughts buzzed in my head? I think I said thoughts buzzed in my head like a chainsaw echoing through paper thin walls of an empty shop class. Okay, through the paper thin walls of an empty shop class. I remember saying that. What did I say after that? What else did I say after that, chat? Someone said rewind the stream. I don't want to pull up my stream. I hate looking at my own YouTube channel while I'm streaming. It overstimulates me. I think I said going through paper thin walls of the empty shop class. I sat at my keyboard, thoughts was in my head like a chainsaw going through paper. Okay, great. Then I said this wasn't just writer's block, right? And then I put a M dash. I said this was a I need to get my thoughts on the page. Oh, that's right. I needed to get my thoughts on the page, my ideas into the real world. I needed to write. This wasn't just writer's block. This was a total a full vacancy. That's right. Full vacancy of any and every idea that was kicking around in my head over the past couple weeks. Okay, good enough. Good enough, chat. All right. It's probably not exactly what I had, but I think this is still going to get dinged. But we're not even there yet. What I was trying to say before I deleted all of my text was that the number one thing that signals to me a lot of times that things may have been written with AI is insecurity. So if you're looking at the sentence, I sat at my keyboard, and you're sort of insecure about that sentence, and you're like, oh, that's not giving what's supposed to be given, then you can say, I sat at my dilapidated keyboard, right? Also, I have no idea if I spelled dilapidated correctly. I think it's a good word to use in this case, but do I know how to spell? Oh, I did. Okay, great. So I sat at my dilapidated, we'll use two adjectives here. My dusty, dilapidated keyboard. Thoughts buzzed in my head like a chainsaw echoing through the paper thin walls of an empty shop class. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We need like a really short one. Excruciating. There we go. I needed to get my thoughts on the page, my ideas into the real world. I needed to write. Okay, great. This wasn't just writer's block. We'll just say right here. This wasn't just your typical writer's block. This was a full vacancy of any and every good idea that was thoughtlessly kicking around in my head over the past few over the past few weeks, each of which had passed as slowly as the day is long. Okay, great. Now, this is going to sound crazy, but what I believe AI does is you go back and you view it through an insecurity lens again. So instead of I sat at my dusty, dilapidated keyboard, I'm going to say I hunched. I hunched. Because sat is not an interesting enough word. I hunched over my dusty, dilapidated keyboard. Every key lined up like evidence on a crime wall. What the hell does that mean? Every key lined up like little bits of evidence on a crime wall. Damned. Great. I don't even know why I wrote the word damned there, but we're just going to leave it there. Thoughts buzz. No, condemned. That's even better. Condemned. Thoughts buzzed in my head like a chainsaw. Now we're going to say dark thoughts. Dark thoughts buzzed in my head like a chainsaw, echoing through the paper-thin walls of an empty shop class. Excruciating. I needed to get my thoughts. I needed to find a way to get my thoughts on the page. On the stark, let's see, painfully empty page. White, which stared up at me, white as bone. I needed to find a way. I needed to get my ideas into the real world. I needed to write. This wasn't just your typical writer's block. This was a full vacancy of any and every good idea that was thoughtlessly kicking around in my head over the past few weeks, each of which had passed as slowly as the days long. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Chat, this isn't good writing. Let me just go ahead and do a straightforward reading of it. I hunched over my dusty, dilapidated keyboard, every key lined up like little bits of evidence on a crime wall. Condemned. I felt condemned, I'm going to say. I felt condemned. I felt condemned. Dark thoughts buzzed in my head like a chainsaw echoing through the paper-thin walls of an empty shop class. Excruciating. I needed to find a way to get my thoughts onto the stark, painfully empty page, which stared up at me, white as bone. I needed to get my ideas into the real world. I needed to write. This wasn't just your typical writer's block. This was a full vacancy of any and every good idea that was thoughtlessly kicking around in my head over the past few weeks, each of which had passed as slowly as the day is long. This is good. Now look what's going to happen. Control C. We're going to pull Pangram back open. Control V. I'm going to scan for AI, and it's going to make me sign in with an account, which is fine. Oh God. Oh no. Wait, hold on. No, everything is a subscription service. Hold on. Sorry, chat. Give me a second. This is going to be worth it. I swear. I promise you. Scan. Now I have to remember my own password, which is going to be the trickiest part of all of this. Lord God, if you're real, let me log into Pangram. I need my phone now. Are you trying to sign in? Yes, it's me. Hello, it's me. Okay. Checking. Bam. 100% AI generated. 100% AI generated. Confidence high. You literally have me on video typing this up with my real human brain. Now, granted, did I type it up in an attempt to sound like AI? Yes, but the attempt to sound like AI is actually the exact same thought process that goes into trying to quote unquote write better. Okay? This is human text. This does not exist anywhere. There was no ChatGPT. There was no Gemini. There was no Claude. It's going to tell me too. All the segments, I guess. Let's see. Hold on. I want to see if it's telling me like why it's AI. Oh, okay. Because I said it's saying me saying this wasn't just your whatever is 33 times more likely to appear in AI writing. That's great. That's amazing. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I wrote this. And even if it was bad writing, which it is, to be fair, it's not fair for some AI tool to deem something that I created to have been created with AI. So you can't trust these. You absolutely can't. Point blank, period. It doesn't matter. I will literally never allow anybody to use the existence of an AI detection tool as an argument in why they believe something was AI generated. Even if I also believe the thing that we're talking about was AI generated. Okay? Someone said, I think just being descriptive means it's AI now. I know. It's a bad time for people who write with a lot of adjectives or for people who try to make things sound very cinematic or whatever, which again are real writing styles that the AI was trained on. Someone said, I feel like the way I write normally and have my whole life will get clocked by this thing. Yeah, no, dude. Never forget this. I should edit what we just did into a short. I usually don't even post shorts, but I should make a short where I'm just like, hey, watch me type this up and get dinged as AI in real time. It's just not, these aren't the tools that we should be using. And the New York Times is foul for a lot of things, but in this case specifically for pushing this narrative that like, oh yeah, we AI checked it with AI and that's how we know the AI is AI. Someone said my greatest fear is sounding like AI right now. Okay, well, let me tell you this. I have started using more M dashes. Honestly, I have started using more M dashes and I have started worrying a little bit less about sounding like AI because I feel like at this point, they're going to accuse you anyway. They're going to accuse you anyway. So you may as well just write however you want to in your heart. I'm going to put this in the video. Whatever like descriptive, beautiful, flowery, poetic, dare I say even purple prose way of writing feels natural to you, just do it. Full sail, full steam ahead. Write with those descriptions and threes. Say it's not X, it's Y. Use M dashes. Honestly, screw like this whole idea of being worried about a witch hunt. Just accept that it's probably going to happen. It's probably going to happen. Someone says, same king preach. Yes, I literally try to use an M dash in everything I write now. I have the M dash shortcut memorized on Mac. I think it's like shift option hyphen, and I'm trying to memorize it on Windows, even though I usually just write in Word, so I can just put 2 dashes. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna let anybody take these things away from me. No. It's a no for me, dog. Someone said I stand by the Oxford comma. Yeah, exactly. Someone said it's not Gen AI writing, it's human writing that was stolen. But see, people would say that your chat message was AI because you said it's not X, it's Y. And I don't want to live in that world. So I completely ignore that. Anyways, getting back into this though. This is the part though where I do say multiple things are true. I still strongly suspect that the novel in question was in fact written by AI. I just don't want to see these AI detector tools getting any sort of hype because they don't deserve them. I'm sorry. It's stolen valor. All right, moving on from this. So I'm going to get into a couple other instances of AI writing being published and then pulled or denounced after the fact. But before I move on to those, I want to wrap up this Shy Girl discussion by saying Swell Entertainment actually put out a really swell video about this situation. And she referenced this post, which I would very much like to share with you all today. Oh, I didn't mean to like it, but that's okay. So I actually appreciate a lot of the takes in this post. Okay. It says, what happened? This is from Mother Horror on Instagram. What happened around Shy Girl should concern everyone in publishing and the online book community, right? So this person says, this book started as a self-published book available on Kindle Unlimited by a Black femme indie author, Mia Ballard. I enjoy supporting underrepresented authors, and so I read, reviewed, and platformed Shy Girl during Black History Month in 2025. Mia Ballard pulled her book off Kindle Unlimited when she got a trad book deal from Orbit's new horror imprint. Run for it, right? So talking a little bit about this, and then This person says, a librarian contacted me before publishing her own professional review to see if I had heard the AI allegations swirling around Shy Girl. I was given a link to a Reddit thread where I learned about the AI allegations on the book cover too. Also, this cover seems to have been lifted from this Wynne Lewis painting, which, by the way, this is my first digression. I've been on topic for 42 minutes. 42 minutes. But Wynne Lewis is one of my favorite painters, actually. And I'm not just saying this because I recently found her work through this Shy Girl discourse of her seemingly getting her cover ripped off for this original cover. It's actually because Wynne Lewis did original paintings for the album covers for two of like my favorite albums, which would be Vashti Bunyan. Sorry, I'm really getting into the weeds now, but I don't care. Vashti Bunyan, Wynne Lewis. Wait, I'm misspelling Wynne, I believe. So for those of you who don't know, Vashti Bunyan is an artist. She makes like folk music. It's really pretty stuff. She's been killing it literally for like, I think 60 years or something. 55 years of amazing music. But you get these really like whimsical animal paintings for the albums Look Aftering and Heartleap. And actually, when I initially saw the cover for Shy Girl, I did think to myself like, oh, that kind of looks like a Wynne Lewis painting, only to find out that it sounds like it was just directly lifted from one of Wynne Lewis's paintings, which was commissioned for something else, which is not cool at all. But anyway, sorry, I'm gonna stop talking about Vashti Bunyan. Someone said Vashti Bunyan is on my sleep playlist. Dude, same. Actually, like, hold on, I can't make this big enough. Okay, whatever. Here. Dude. This is such a good painting, low key. The original one. This joint is so good. There are people in this world who are so talented. This is also why I'm not gonna let y'all make AI art a thing. Okay? Listen, y'all could literally say what you will about like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Everyone's gonna use it. Oh, you can't tell the difference. Yes, you can. There is something about the way a human being can depict a subject that you've seen 1,000 times. You know how many dogs I've seen? And make it actually tug at your heartstrings. It's just so beautiful, honestly. But yeah, no, screw AI art. Sorry. I hate it. Every bit of it. But the painting is not AI. Anyways, so back to this. This person says, I am not trained in AI detection, nor did I want to contribute to the escalating abuse, bullying, and harassment aimed at Mia Ballard across all social media platforms where bookish conversations are happening. I was growing increasingly alarmed at the lack of information from Mia's publisher, publicity team, editor, or agent during this time. Why were they remaining silent while the author was left alone to endure online attacks? Honestly, chat, yes, I would have to agree. Listen, you're obviously still culpable. Culpable? Is that a word? Hold on. I don't want to like be one of those people who says words and I don't know what they mean. Culpable means deserving blame. Call me a large language machine the way my vocabulary be popping. Anyways, you're obviously culpable. Obviously culpable for using AI in your writing, but she did not publish this book through Hachette. So many other people were involved as well, and it is absolutely not lost on me how it's really convenient for them that Mia Ballard gets to get the brunt of this criticism. Anyways, what else does this person say? Ultimately, I rescinded my endorsement of this book through professional channels and was intentional about not making that public so as not to add to the fray or the author's ongoing hardship. Now, look, this is interesting. The conversation around Shy Girl died down and a new Black indie femme author was targeted with AI allegations immediately after her book was picked up by a trad pub. WTF are we doing here? Readers, reviewers, publishers, and influencers all have responsibilities here. We should be asking, is there evidence? Are we being consistent? Are we protecting artists? Are we causing unnecessary harm? Who gets grace and who gets destroyed? Because here's the thing. You may be asking to yourself, like, well, what does identity have to do with it? Dude, everything. Okay, hold on. Listen. This dude James Frey lied about stuff in a million little pieces and had to apologize to Oprah and her audience on TV, but managed to still keep his TradPub author status because he released another book, which he openly admits he wrote with AI. Where is the reader outrage and the canceled contracts? And this is true. I literally remember this AI controversy happening. Well, this is what I noted the first time I used AI. Artificial intelligence was used in both the research and composition of this book. I've asked the AI to mimic my writing style, so you, the reader, will not be able to tell what was written by me and what was generated by the AI. I'm also not going to tell you or make any indication of what was written by me or generated by the AI, etc., etc., etc. He stands by his AI usage, and so does his publisher, because the book is available still. The New York Times also does not seem to care about the lying or the AI in this case. And like, that's the thing. I don't want anybody to make me feel crazy. Her being a black woman in publishing doesn't have anything to do with the fact that she shouldn't be using AI. But I believe it has a lot to do with who is currently at the center of a storm that involves many other people who get away with things a lot easier. My argument is nobody should be using AI in their traditional publishing books at all, but that witch hunts involving AI detection tools and this outrage in specific places still rubs me the wrong way. Especially when at the end of the day, I'm sorry, but selecting random black people and being like, I don't believe that you could have written this book. Y'all, we can't stop doing this just because some black people are using AI. That's my point. That's my point. I'm not gonna give you 50,000 disclaimers or try to like say sorry or make sure you understand. If that doesn't clock to you, I don't know how else to explain it. How do you feel about this, chat, before I move on? Let me know what you think about that, because that's the main argument I wanted to come into this with. Someone said, imagine being an artist and using AI defeats the creative intentional purpose of the craft of writing. Yeah, no, like, figuring it out was the fun part. Even my whack writing that I did just now, I had fun writing. I really did. Someone said her identity does affect how much she's criticized and how much scrutiny is placed on certain people compared to others. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I feel, honestly. Okay, thank you into the chat for understanding what I was trying to say here. Okay, great. Someone said, call me Big Ben because I clocked it. Oh, I'm stealing that from you. Call me ChatGPT. Okay, we need to stop. Call me ChatGPT the way I'm about to plagiarize. Call me Big Ben because I clocked it is great. Anyways, moving on. This person says, I am against stolen art. I am against unethical AI use. I am also against turning allegations into entertainment at the expense of someone's humanity. Publishing does not get to say it cares about ethics if it only enforces them selectively. We need standards, nuance, accountability without abuse, and we need to stop using AI allegations as a cover for bullying, especially when the target is a marginalized author. Marginalized authors often face a level of scrutiny that doesn't feel consistent. If publishers want to claim ethical concern around AI, then those standards need to be applied evenly. I don't think that's asking too much. Me neither. I don't think that this is an unreasonable take at all, and it doesn't come across to me as making excuses for Ballard's AI use, supposed AI use. But yeah, I feel like the conversation would be deeply incomplete if I didn't throw that out there. And shout out Swell Entertainment for finding this post. Anyways, moving on from there, I want to talk about some more clear examples of what's going on lately. Speaking of the New York Times, actually, after this happened, they are now apparently cracking down on AI use in their own publication, because it sounds like the call is coming from inside the house a little bit. The New York Times drops freelance journalist who used AI to write book review. Writer and author Alex Preston said he made, quote unquote, a serious mistake after a reader spotted similarities between his review and one that appeared in The Guardian, which, I'm sorry, mainstream media publications beefing is so funny to me. The Guardian being like, hey, you stole that from us and we're going to put out an article. I'm sorry, this is hilarious. But listen, this is pretty bad. We're just going to skip right down here. It says the New York Times alerted The Guardian in an email sent on Monday and said, a reader recently alerted the Times that this review included language and details similar to those in a review of the same book published in The Guardian. We spoke to the author of this piece, a freelancer reviewer, who told us he used an AI tool that, quote unquote, incorporated material from the Guardian review into his draft, which he failed to identify and remove. His reliance on AI and his use of unattributed work by another writer are a clear violation of the Times standards. So the OG Guardian review describes a character as a lazy Machiavellian Stefano, and then he goes on to describe them as lazy Machiavellian Stefano. At one point, The Guardian says the book is, quote unquote, most significantly a song of love to a country of contradictions, battered, war-torn, divided, misguided, and miraculous, an Italy where life is costume and the performance of art, and where circuses spring up on wasteland. And the New York Times said, it populates what is ultimately a love song to a country of contradictions, battered, divided, misguided, and miraculous. This is an Italy where life is performance, where circuses rise on wasteland. I mean, that's pretty bad. I think the thing that people don't seem to realize about these AI machines is sometimes they fail really spectacularly. Sometimes they'll just spit something out in the wrong language. Sometimes they will just hallucinate a fact, which is not a fact, but they'll present it as if it's true. And sometimes, instead of rearranging text into a new ChatGPT version of itself, they will outright just paste things that exist in other sources without even remixing it. And that seems to be what has happened here. Someone said Gen AI is the plagiarism tool after all. Yeah, no, this is pretty bad. The author, he said, I made a serious mistake in using an AI tool on a draft review I had written, and I failed to identify and remove overlapping language from another review that the AI dropped in. I'm hugely embarrassed by what happened and truly sorry. I took responsibility immediately and apologized to the New York Times. I also want to apologize to Christabel Kent, the original author, and to The Guardian. This part's really funny, though. Preston has written extensively for The Observer and The Financial Times, as well as contributing to The Guardian and The Economist. He's a six-time author whose most recent book, A Stranger in Corfu, was published in February, and is also the head of advisory at investment management firm Man Group. Earlier this year, he wrote a piece for the Man Group site titled "The AI Bubble: Hidden Risks and Opportunities." Ain't no way you wrote a book. Ain't no way you wrote a piece about the hidden risks of AI only to go and get your writing career absolutely blown up because the AI you were writing stole from another artist without you realizing. Painful. Painful. I have another example too, which I like this one because it kind of gets into the weeds of like, what does writing with AI actually mean? You know? Let's see. Somebody said I just pulled a face at that, man. Yeah, I'm pulling all the faces for... I'm sorry. I've said this before, and I'm going to put this in the video. I'm putting this in the video. As a writer, as a musician, as a... Actually, I don't have that many skills, but unfortunately, every single hobby I have, you can do a version of it with AI, including... Well, this isn't my hobby. This is my job, YouTube, right? People do AI content on this platform all the time. If you were already a writer of fiction, and now you need the AI to write the fiction for you, you are not optimizing your workflow. You are being lazy. If you cannot even do, and the way I can prove it's just laziness is because y'all are not doing the bare minimum of at least trying to make sure that you're doing so in a responsible way. Now, of course, part of this is because there is no responsible way actually to use AI that was trained on other people's work to put out material under the guise of you having written it yourself. So you kind of lost before you started, but like, it's just laziness. Someone said you are my moral compass. I mean, don't use me as your moral compass because I'm a pretty lazy dude as well. But at the very least, I find some sort of joy out of actually creating things like this. I'm sorry. This is going to sound cringe as hell, but like, I really am a creator. I am. And I would be one even if it wasn't a job, because I was. My entire life, I've done this. I've made things for people because I wanted them to see what I did. I just feel like being so lackadaisical about the things that you're supposedly creating that you're slapping your name on something that someone may have rewritten with AI, or you don't even care to know if you're stealing things from other people. That's wild to me, honestly. It's also really stupid because like art and writing and like all of these things are already such a collaborative process that there's low-key nothing wrong with quoting things in the first place. Like, this is a really, really, really funny thing. You could literally just highlight the original review yourself and be like, as Christabel so-and-so puts it in The Guardian, so-and-so is a, quote, lazy Machiavellian Stefano. But, and then you can insert your thing. Like, even if you want to actually reference things that exist to make your job a little bit easier because someone might have said it better than you could, you still don't got to do that with AI. Y'all piss me off. Bad. Real bad. Real bad. Someone said you're a creative. Yeah, I'm a creative. I be creating stuff. And we all are. Maybe we don't all get to do it as a job. I didn't always get to do it as a job. But like, I just think at the end of the day, part of the reason that this AI debate burns so sharply is because it's very emotional. And you know what? Tech bros will accuse people like me of being emotional. And just saying like, oh, well, it's the future, you know, just strap in because it's only going to get worse from here. If I was going to be emotional about anything, don't you think art is a pretty valid reason to be so? It's insane to me, this idea that like we are wrong for caring. Honestly, I'll never understand. I will literally never understand. Someone said it reminds me of the video you did on NaNoWriMo. Yeah, that was so bad. That was bad. And it has only gotten worse from there for sure. Someone said I was in Edinburgh and they're now putting AI art on magnets and selling it. Oh man, that's not good. Someone said art is emotional. We are emotional and emotions are not bad. Yeah, let me be pissed off that AI is now infiltrating books. I love reading. I love reading. I can't believe now I have to be worried about knowing whether things are real or not. Actually, that brings me to this other thing. Give me a second. Oh, wait. Hold on, chat. I feel like I'm missing a link in my... No, I'm not. Hold on. Okay, I found it. That brings me to this other article in which, like, people are talking about how this makes them feel as creatives, right? So... an author put some of her own writing into ACE, another AI checker, and was startled when the program labeled her work as 82% AI generated. The program then offered her a solution. Would you like to humanize your text? Which, the idea of using ChatGPT to make your stuff sound less ChatGPT is just bonkers to me. But anyways, when Bartz wrote about her experience on Substack, dozens of writers chimed in. Someone said, I guess that's what happens when your books were stolen to program AI, the novelist Renee Denfeld commented, noting that an AI detection program had also falsely determined some of her writing to be AI generated. It's got to be a wake-up call for the industry, said Jane Friedman, a publishing consultant. And they're kind of talking about how right now it's very wishy-washy about how much responsibility publishers have while claiming that the publishers claim that they care about this a lot, right? Pulling. And then you also have like book what do you call them? Book influencers? Is that a thing? It says it right here. Okay. Book influencers saying things like, I would read books written with AI, but I would like to know they were written with AI. It's the dishonesty that hurts. I would not read a book written by AI personally. I just don't. If I wanted to waste my time, I have other options that I think are a bit more stimulating. But I do agree, honestly, what really bothers me about a lot of this is like the people using AI, it's not just that they want to generate fake art or whatever. They also want to get away with it, which is what's so annoying as a person who takes a lot of time to make things. I genuinely don't understand why people who you create things with AI are so hell-bent on trying to gaslight everybody around them into believing that actually they wrote it. Not talking about Mia Ballard specifically, but confirmed cases of people doing this. It really just pisses me off. If you wrote it with AI, then just say it's written with AI and let all of the AI fans read your AI book and you can go have an AI party while I just kick it with my boring human artwork. I don't even see that as being like a difficult compromise, but you would think that I was the one being unreasonable by wishing this would happen, honestly. Someone said AI slop chapter book. Yeah, no. I would vastly prefer if people were not using these tools, but in the absence of being able to control people's actions, which I have no interest in doing, I would at least like the ability to decide for myself whether or not I'm supporting AI content. I decide not to, but it's not easy to do that when people are being dishonest about how the things they're pushing are being created or generated. You feel me? Reading. Someone said because they're scamming as their hustle and they don't want their hustle questioned. Yeah, definitely. Someone said it's not another way of creating art, in my opinion. It's a toy that people are having fun with at the moment that shouldn't be taken seriously as art. Isn't even giving the people the joy of making things. Yeah, no, it's just not art, y'all. It's just not writing. I mean, it's writing in that it's words that have been assembled, but a person didn't do that, honestly. Reading. Someone said, I'm just going to be even more annoying in recommending my favorite books from more than 5 years ago so I can be halfway sure they're not AI. I will say this too. I have like a recency bias in my own reading where I tend to read newer books just because, I don't know, they often reference things that I relate to a little bit easier. But I'm going to be real with you. I have been much more interested in older books now. Honestly, the absolute joy of cracking open an older book and just knowing that there was no way ChatGPT wrote this because ChatGPT didn't exist, it's unmatched for me right now, honestly. Excuse me. And like, that's not to say I've given up on new books, because that would be really depressing. I'm never giving up on fiction. If you're writing a book, please keep writing your book and don't worry about this happening to you, even if you didn't AI generate it. Just keep trucking along. Art is scary anyway. But yeah, no, like, I can't believe this is where we're at now. Someone said, what do you like to read? I think I like to read literary fiction mostly, which is like a really boring categorization, but typically I'm a lit fic kind of dude. What can I say, honestly? Someone said I've been into classics recently, but the classics they can be so good. We had a whole long conversation about classics a long time ago, but I will say some of them are definitely classics for a reason. Okay. Someone said I'm almost finished with Clay's arc, Octavia Butler for the win. Bro, I need to read more Octavia Butler. It's not even funny. I need, not want, it's a necessity that I read me some Butler. I don't know why because I have so many things that I've been trying to read and she's always there just outside of my periphery. But yeah, once I enter my Octavia Butler reading era, it's over for y'all. I swear. Someone said Litfic is the best. I love Litfic. Yes, I love Litfic. Someone said read I Who Have Not Known Men. Oh, I've started reading that. I'm going to finish that one. Very short. So it's kind of weird that I didn't finish it, but it's great. It's fantastic. I love it. Well, I should be careful with my wording there, right? Because it's actually really depressing and dark, but it's still good work. Good work. Someone said that one is great. Someone said I just started reading Parable of the Sower. Nice. Someone said I feel like now is a better time than ever to start getting into her literature. Yeah, definitely, honestly. But anyways, +1 to Octavia Butler. I love me some just writers who can write, okay? Who can write. Someone said I have to be careful about reading because if I start, I won't move from my spot for hours. That's why I've been reading less. I've been working more here on YouTube because like I get wrapped up and then it's going to be time for me to stream and it's going to be like, where's my outline? Oops, I don't have that because I was reading. That's not going to go over well for me anyways. Someone said Octavia Butler is so good. I've been trying to read more Black classics. I mean, these are like maybe the top 2 who constantly get recommended. But if you're somebody who has constantly heard Toni Morrison's name being floated around and you still haven't read a Morrison book, turn it around, buddy. Fix it. You could read a short one, even though you got to be careful because some of her short novels are devastating. They're just devastating. So I don't even think I would actually recommend that anyone reads like The Bluest Eye, for example. But if you do, you'll see that she's a truly great writer. I read The Bluest Eye. I read Song of Solomon. That's a much beefier book, but man, I really, really love that book. I just love the way that she writes. Someone says Sula. I need to read Sula. And then James Baldwin, while certainly not like a perfect author or anything, what I mean by that is like his books are a product of their time. So you should read Giovanni's Room anyway. Read Giovanni's Room anyway, knowing full well that it's a product of its time. Listen, I'm telling you, it's a good book, okay? I love it, honestly. But yeah, that's probably the worst possible answer I could give. If you're like, oh, I want to read more Black classics, and then I just list two of the most popularly touted popularly presented Black authors. But honestly, as I said, classics for a reason. Classics for a reason. Someone said The Bluest Eye is phenomenal. Yes, yeah. But listen, read the content warnings. Read the content warnings. If you plan on reading The Bluest Eye, it's not going to like spoil the book. I definitely think you should know what's going on there before hopping into it. Someone said Giovanni's Room is one of my favorite books ever. Dude, it's just so good. I literally read Giovanni's Room and I was like, how did Baldwin do more in like just a couple hundred pages? Then honestly, it seems like people try to get at that emotional core and it takes them forever. And I'm just like, it's so short. It's so incisive. It's so painful. As you're starting to see, like, I'm not really a big fan of happy books or uplifting content. And I couldn't tell you why. I do think if like I'm reading a really long book, I want it to be heavy, honestly. I want to feel something. I really, really, really do. Someone said, can I recommend N.K. Jemisin for Black sci-fi authors? Yes, you can recommend Jemisin. I read, what is the first one in the Broken Earth trilogy? Is that the 5th season? I think I only read the first one, but, woo! She be writing. That's all I can say about Jemisin in the 5th season. I was like, I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared, for sure. But yeah, definitely really, really just the writing style, stylistically, like the prose is just amazing. Honestly, the references also that are in Jemisin stuff are really, really cool. I could nerd out. Honestly, I could nerd out a little bit. I don't want to. Reading chat. Someone said The Hate You Give was tough, but great. I haven't read that one, but I've literally heard the same thing. Someone said Joelle Wellington for Black horror authors. She's my go-to. I need to read Joelle Wellington. I've actually I don't think I've heard of this person, but I will. Someone said no more sad stuff. Okay, well, listen, if you want to read an uplifting book, or rather a book that's not depressing, okay. I'm trying to think if I should recommend this one or if I shouldn't recommend this one. No, I know which one. I know which one I'm going to recommend. It's the same one as always. Honestly, just give up and read The Last Unicorn by Peter S. Beagle. Even if you feel like, oh wait, I need the novel. Even if you feel like I already read the novel, I don't care, read it again. Also, it's funny that I'm mentioning this because it is kind of depressing. But listen, it's mostly whimsical, okay? If you need a little bit of whimsy in your life and you don't just want dark, depressing stuff in your fiction, read The Last Unicorn. It's literally such a beautiful novel, okay? I adore this novel. It changed me. I cried. I so rarely actually cry at words on a page, but I got to one part and I was just like, I can't do this anymore. It was beautiful. It was great. Someone said the movie is so pretty. Oh yeah, the animation is also amazing. Wait, okay. Since we're already distracted, while I was on the plane and I was being nosy and just looking at what everyone around me was doing, there was one dude who was rewatching, or I assume it was a rewatch, probably not his first time watching it, Hercules, from the 90s, right? When did that one come out? Hercules, 90s, Disney. That will be 97. Yeah, okay. He was rewatching Hercules, 1997, and I was like, y'all done forgot how to animate. Now, hold on. Let me quantify that. People are doing amazing and beautiful things with animation right now, and I am not knocking the artists who are like really pushing the medium forward and doing things like that, but I was just looking at Hercules move and I was like, this is animated so beautifully. This is so beautiful. I literally can't believe that this movie looks this good. And I think probably, I'm glad he was in front of me because he couldn't see me. I think I watched way more of his screen than my screen. But I was enamored with just like the way the characters would move and like the follow through and the curves, and everything was just so like smooth and pretty and beautiful and stylized and all of these things. And when I think about the way Disney looks now, it's all sort of just like homogenized into this one singular Disney style, and you never really get things that look interesting, that make interesting choices. Also, that kind of got me thinking too, like the visual style. By the way, I'm not co-signing any old Disney movie by doing this. I'm just bringing them up for the way that they look specifically. But this movie was fun, okay? And the visual style of it is really, really sick. I feel like for a split second in the late 90s and early 2000s, Disney started trying to experiment with stylizing their stuff a little bit, but then for some reason, I don't know what happened, and they were like, you know what, never mind, let's just make everything look Disney. Disney. And so now everything just looks Disney-fied, and you don't get any of that weird like sharp, or I don't know how to describe the way Disney used to draw, but I don't know, bro. What actually happened? What happened? They used to have so much great like gesture, just like the understanding of like form. I just really love looking at like an old school Disney animation and just looking at how they represent things visually. I don't know. I was nerding out, honestly. Someone said they were not afraid to lose money. Well, that's true, unfortunately. Yeah, like again, when I feel like art starts turning into capitalism vibes, as in prioritizing profit over everything, I never blame the artists. Artists work for people. They create things to the specifications of the people who, you know, commission them, so, or employ them. So I'm not actually blaming Disney's artists for Disney's art going downhill, but it makes me sad. Someone said Hercules, Tarzan, and Atlantis. Yes, Tarzan's animation is so good, man. It's so good. But listen, don't let nobody tell you that animation is dead. Okay? Listen, you ain't never finna tell me that this is overrated visually. Spider-Verse, it was just so nice to look at. This was the first time in, man, it might have almost been 10 years that I had watched a movie that was animated and thought to myself like, whoa, I've never seen anything move like that. I didn't even realize that you could like mash up that many different styles and I don't know, present it also cohesively and stuff like that. So people are still absolutely killing it with animation, honestly. Also, this is gonna sound really like wacky or whatever, but like hold on, I'm trying to find this. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, I found it. He uses Blender. This is also a form of animation that I think is really cool too. Like the backroom stuff that Kane Pixels worked on, and then like in Blender, basically animating it in 3D and then making it look this way that just felt really specific emotionally, and it getting so popular at this point that now he's directing a movie about this. Like, people do really cool things with animation and will continue to do so forever. The art form will never die as long as anybody has access to draw or model or whatever. But like, there's a lot of whack things happening with animation as well. And it makes me sad. Someone said, I loved Flapjack's art style. That's such a fun one. I love that one too, honestly. Someone said K-pop Demon Hunters had such good animation. Yes, bro. Listen to me, okay? I watched this movie and I thought it was cute. I finished that movie and I was like, the Hunmoon is so sealed right now. But specifically what stood out to me was the animation. I was just like, this is so crispy. This has so much like style, so much pizzazz to it. I really, really, really love the way that this movie looks, the color palette, the thought that went into it. So when I say people don't forget how to animate, it's just a really lazy way of me actually saying I'm sad that companies like Disney that used to produce such amazing animation have prioritized profit so much that it has resulted in a lot of very samey things, as opposed to experimentation, which people are afraid to do. I think I heard recently like this whole Pixar movie got canceled. It was supposed to be like this like girl power sort of vibe, and then Pixar didn't want to do it or Disney didn't want to do it for whatever reason. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, this is just a quote unquote insider. okay, saying inside Pixar's scrapped movie Be Fry in the devastating aftermath, Disney reps were like, we can't have a girl power movie. An insider tells about the animation studio making the rare decision to cancel the feature after years of development. Whether they said that or not, it is very deeply consistent with things that Disney has done, which is consistently hiring people who are actually talented and then just like literally just like wringing out the point of their work and putting out things that instead are palatable with test audiences by not being too woke or whatever. I remember that happened in Elio, which was a really cute movie. If I remember correctly, I feel like they removed an entire storyline from that because it was like, it was cute. I think it was just like the two boys or whatever, the boy and the alien boy, and they were like, nope, that's too gay. Take it out. Also, if I remember correctly, I don't think I'm wrong about this, but there was this animated Pixar show called Win or Lose, and there was a character there who was like obviously trans, and for some reason they completely stripped away all of the obvious references to this and just made it hella ambiguous. And things like that I think are just so deeply disappointing because it's like, now I've truly gotten lost in the weeds here. It don't matter how much you try to shield them. Yo, kid's still finna be gay. Your child is still going to be transgender, actually. They could grow up honestly in a box and then come out the box never having seen anything and still be gay or trans or LGBT or whatever it is that we're so like desperately trying to protect children from, as if being LGBT is actually a bad thing to be in the first place. So I find this all to be really, really stupid. I'm sorry. This is so dumb. It's not actually a reflection of reality to try to make sure there's never a little child ever thinking about like, oh, I'm a boy, but I like boys. Kids do this. You're never going to fix this. A kid thinking like, oh, I'm a girl, but I don't know. That's not what they told me. This happens regardless of whether or not it winds up in our media. So trying to wring it out of our media so as not to piss off annoying conservative people does not make any sense to me whatsoever. None. Anyways, sorry. I get so angry. I get so mad at the erasure of LGBT people because it's actually kind of it's kind of insidious. It's kind of insidious. Like, we're mostly talking about kids movies, but the mindset behind thinking to yourself like, oh, we got to do any and everything we can to not even let our kids think that LGBT plus exists is very disturbing because it's actually the same mindset that plays into a bunch of other things that wind up being harmful. And you know how people say like it's not that deep or it's never that deep? One thing that really bothers me with a lot of this is like, for me personally, it's like always that deep because at the end of the day, when the very same energy that you're putting into protecting kids from ever seeing something LGBT in media is the same energy that leads to people doing the same thing with legislation and preventing people from actually getting the care that they need or doing things that erase people's identities. Like, I want to say it was Kansas revoking like 1,000 people's driver's licenses because they had to change them back to their incorrect gender and stuff like that. Like, it's all the same thing to me. It's always that serious. And that's why I always call this out no matter how stupid I sound. But like, y'all piss me off a lot, honestly. There's maybe one more thing I want to find. Pixar not doing therapy. I want to find that quote. Oh, here we go. I found it. Pixar chief says LGBTQ plus plot elements cut from Elio as company is quote unquote not making therapy. So Pete Docter of Pixar says Pixar will concentrate on more commercially appealing films after staff dissent over deleted scenes that implied the lead character was gay. Hold on, let me find the actual quote about not making therapy. I was like, are you kidding me right now? Okay. When asked about the issue, specifically the issue of Disney's lukewarm response to Florida's Don't Say Gay legislation banning from teaching about sexual orientation and gender identity until 4th grade, Pete Docter said, we're making a movie, not hundreds of millions of dollars of therapy. What? That doesn't. First, sorry. That literally doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If anything, you would. Any response I have to this just sounds dumb because I'm responding to something that is objectively so devoid of intelligence. There's no way for me to actually approach this. So I'm just going to say this is a stupid statement. That's all I can really say. This is embarrassing, especially from a studio that used to do some really cool things. From a studio that used to do some really dope and boundary pushing animation. As a kid, I was eating good off of Pixar movies, because they were amazing. But now you're too worried about the real world, and it's just embarrassing. Anyways, closing the tab. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say about animation. Some side told y'all they think therapy is they think therapy is gay. They basically do. Feelings, those are for women. All right, moving on. All right, so we talked about Mia Bellich's interview before publication. We talked about Reddit asking, is this AI? Frankie's Shelf, in which that was a really good deep dive into why people suspect this book is written by AI. Ballard responding in the comment section. Alexa Dunn kind of pointing out that response didn't make any sense. The fact that AI detectors still can't be trusted and the New York Times is garbage for trying to use that as a reason for proving that the book was AI. Hachette pulling the thing and trying to sound like, oh yeah, it wasn't us, when they're responsible because these allegations were already online before they published it. Authors and readers sort of responding to this sort of thing. An IG post from its Well Entertainment video where it talks about there's definitely a double standard with how people are criticized when it comes to this and who gets away with using AI in their quote unquote artwork. That one dude getting caught plagiarizing. Okay, and so the last thing I have is this one article, which I think really blurs the line between like, what does it mean to quote unquote write something with AI? So let's get into that. Futurism. We talked to a writer accused of publishing an AI generated essay in the New York Times. Fun fact, this isn't the same AI generated review that was published in the New York Times. This is a different one. I'm sorry, but y'all need to fix your AI issue. Excuse me. So, was AI used to produce a personal essay that wound up in the pages? Ooh, this is big. This is big. Okay, hold on. That I just want to zoom out a little bit. Okay. And then I want to reset the size. Okay, there we go. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Was AI used to produce a personal essay that wound up in the pages of the New York Times? The answer is complicated. The writer Kate Gilligan found herself at the center of a literary scandal last month when, on social media, another writer accused her of using AI to write an emotional first-person essay about the experience of losing custody of her young son at the height of her alcoholism. First of all, that's a wild thing to use AI for. That's, of all use cases, trusting it with something this personal is truly just, everybody's so creative. The piece had been published in the New York Times' famously competitive Modern Love column back in October. The accusations were made without any hard evidence, and the writer who accused Gilligan of using AI pointed only to the style as evidence. Others quickly piled on, and soon much of literary social media was swarming with speculation, analyses via AI content detectors, which we should note are known to be unreliable. Now, I agree with this, right? We actually just proved in real time that they are not reliable. Gilligan is pretty offline, she told Futurism, the people writing this article. So it wasn't until journalists started asking her about the controversy that she realized there was one at all. I'm actually not on Twitter or X or whatever that is, said Gilligan, who spoke to us from her home in the Western Canadian province of Saskatchewan. I believe it's Saskatchewan. And the only reason I know how to say that is because of Corner Gas, which is a really great show. Maybe one of these takes will be good enough to use. The Western Canadian province of Saskatchewan. If you're Canadian and I said that bad, don't hate me. I'm sorry. But she wasn't that worried, she said, because AI wasn't used to generate that content. That contention, it turns out, is a bit semantic. As Gilligan conceded to The Atlantic, she did make use of a variety of chatbots, ChatGPT, Claude, Copilot, and Perplexity for conceptualizing and editing the piece, though she denied copying and pasting anything directly from an AI into her essay. Someone said I said it pretty good. Well, hey, shout out Corner Gas. I could never pronounce Saskatchewan without you. Dude, that show was so funny. That show was so funny. Corner Gas and Letterkenny. Excuse me, sorry. Corner Gas and Letterkenny are literally my only two. Yeah, those might be the only two shows I've watched that are like about being Canadian. And they're both really great. Don't worry. I promise I don't judge everybody in your country through two shows. But I do still find both of those shows to be pretty great. Anyways, let's get into this. Someone said that's still using AI. Yes, this is still using AI. Using 4 different AI. I've never even heard of Perplexity, actually. Using 4 different AI chatbots to quote unquote edit and conceptualize your piece is still writing your piece with AI. You know what I mean? Especially for the editing thereof of like, this bot was making changes to things that you wrote. You writing this. Come on, let's go. Somebody said, or Futurism says, the situation, in other words, is messy. Though the AI accusations against her were unsubstantiated at first, they were based simply on certain rhetorical devices that chatbot-generated writing is known to favor, and which the public is clearly starting to be on the lookout for. It turned out that readers were right to be suspicious, since AI did have a prominent hand in the creation of the piece. So anyways, they're asking her about this, and she says, the idea that she published AI slop is false, but she did use chatbots to help her craft a piece specifically for publication in the column, and there's no question that it ended up with the distinctive argot of AI. One thing was clear. AI use has turned into one of the most contentious topics in the literary community. I was going back and reading a lot of my earlier pieces, she says. I guess maybe intuitively I was wondering, oh my god, has that happened? Has AI changed my voice? Gilgan told me. But I don't think I actually worried about it because I haven't used it to that extent. So now you have people fully generating things with AI and getting caught because it's plagiarism. Potentially generating things with AI, but not really being able to be blamed because they said actually somebody else did it. And now you have writers saying, actually, I didn't use that much AI, so it's not actually slop. And in general, I think this is a pretty terrible place to be. This is a pretty awful place for writing of all kinds, fiction and nonfiction, to be in right now. Anyways, I don't really care about the rest of this because I'm sorry, bro. You wrote this with AI. Come on. Anyways, moving on. Someone said people are using it for wedding vows and eulogies. It's so over. Bro, if somebody wrote our wedding vows with ChatGPT, I'm calling that off at the altar. I'll be like, okay, you know what? Never mind. Never mind, buddy. No. Someone said if it's made with AI, it's AI slop. There's no way around it. That's how I feel, honestly. We don't have to sit and try to decide which AI is or is not slop because, broski, I don't want to read none of it. I really, really don't. So I only used 4 different AIs. Why are you mad at me? I'm just a small bean. Yeah, no, dog. Anyways, that's all I have for, we still have more things to talk about, chat. But that's all I have right now for the AI topic. Is there anything else that y'all want to say? Someone said, what about brainstorming with AI? Okay, let's talk about it. What about brainstorming with AI? Okay. First of all, a lot of authors are doing this, point blank, period. Whether they're being honest about it or not, people are definitely brainstorming with AI and then just using that as a jumping off point to do whatever it is they're doing. I still, besides the fact that I just don't think using these large language machines is a great idea in the first place for environmental reasons and ethical reasons involving plagiarism, don't think that that's a great way of doing anything because you have no ability to distinguish whether what you're doing is stealing or not. And here's what I mean by that. Let's say I was using my actual brain to brainstorm, which is a thing that we used to use to brainstorm before ChatGPT existed. And I want to make a story about an orphan who gets taken to this house by this, I don't know, this dude, and gets basically adopted into this family. But it turns out the family is actually pretty bad, and there's like an older brother who is antagonistic, and then they grow up and they're like next to this other house that has this other family, and they're like more high class or whatever, and it kind of gets into all these weird things. And this character is also like mixed of some kind, and I want to kind of get into class and race and all these things. Oh, and also there's kind of like, if not a romance, definitely a relationship involving a lot of mutual nonsense happening there, right? I know that I stole that from Wuthering Heights. I know that with my brain. Obviously, I have completely lifted the premise of Wuthering Heights. To be fair, I'm completely within my rights to do that as an author, especially because Wuthering Heights is literally in the public domain. It's not even a copyrighted story. There's literally nothing wrong with being inspired by things that already exist. But I still need to be able to know whether I'm doing that so I can be open and honest about this. When I publish my book years later, and I'm like, hey, read this book about this kid who was adopted or whatever, and everybody's saying Wuthering Heights, then I can say, yeah, of course, this Wuthering Heights was my main inspiration, and then I was also inspired by these other things. There's nothing ethically wrong about doing that. There's no moral issue there. The issue is that if AI is doing the brainstorming for you, and it's presenting these ideas that sound really dope to you, but you don't actually understand where these references are coming from, you can't be honest about the influences and the inspirations when you're talking about your own work, which is why I don't think using AI for brainstorming is a good idea, especially like for fiction in general. If it tells you a premise, a synopsis, and then you take that and run with it, and you don't realize you based it off of something else, you're still plagiarizing because you were not going to be able to credit that thing. That's how I feel. And then also my second thing is like, someone said AI is making our brains lazy. I talked to this, I don't talk to my friends about this. Maybe I should. It doesn't really matter. But like, there's a lot of AI usage now for things that people were able to do without AI just fine. And I find it hilarious that there's a lot of talk about like, oh, look at this is my process with like Claude, I forget what it's called, Claude coding and co-piloting and all of this, and I've completely automated all of these things, and I'm looking at what they're saying that they're doing, and it's just the same things that we've always had to do as YouTubers, just minus the AI tools that don't even actually take that long. And I sometimes feel like people spend more time creating AI tools to help them do things that it would just be faster to do it themselves. Anything that you could have done before AI existed, if you use AI for it, I'm just going to be really unimpressed. So put brainstorming into that category as well. I'm sorry. If you're like, look, I used AI to automatically reply to all of the comments on my video, I'm like, oh, that thing that you could have done with your brain? Okay, I'm not impressed. I used AI to help me brainstorm a novel by synthesizing all of my favorite inspirations. Really? That thing that if this was like 2010 instead of 2026, you would have just done by yourself? Probably did as a kid, but now you need ChatGPT to help you with this. I just don't rock with it on any level, honestly. Steal things proudly. Steal things proudly. If you are an artist, I think the best thing you can do is just be radically open and honest about what you have been inspired by. And because AI obscures your ability to do that, I don't think it's a good tool to use, honestly. That's my opinion. Reading chat. Someone said, bro, I just joined and got an ad about ChatGPT and some music generator that was basically ripping off the old Mac and PC ads. Truly so unoriginal in any way. Yeah, no. Someone said, steal like an artist. Yeah, no. You should be stealing things as an artist. You totally should, in the way that continues to push art forward by being a dialogue between artists, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said, would I love AI to write emails for me so they're formally correct? Sure, but I'm a human and I need skills, so no. I will say this too, by the way. So many of the things that people use AI for, like, I personally wouldn't judge them for getting them humanly imperfect anyway. If someone sends me an email and they misspell something or their grammar was a little wonky, first of all, I'm probably not even going to realize because I don't read my emails as if I'm trying to edit a novel. I would much rather get a human written email than, I don't know. Excuse me. I've been yapping so much. I sent myself into a fit. But no, like, it's the same thing with voices too. I run into this a lot with other content creators that I talk to using like AI narration. And by the way, I'm not talking about just like text to speech as an accessibility tool. Definitely not what I'm referring to. I'm literally talking about those like 11 Labs voices that are supposed to sound indistinguishable from a real person. And I try to explain to them, like, I know you're worried about your voice, but everybody hates their voice on some level. Everybody, like, the thing that you're worried about, you can only get better by practicing. And so that's how I personally feel like we should be doing, instead of using AI for things. If you don't like the way your voice sounds in your videos, record more videos until you do, or at least until you accept yourself. If you don't like the way that your writing sounds because it's not punchy enough, write more things. Don't ask ChatGPT to make your writing sound more interesting. You literally just have to read more. If you want to come up with better ideas, you have to take in more ideas from other people so you have things to steal from. So read more. Honestly, at the end of the day, my advice for how to write better will always be read more books. It will never, ever, ever be different from that. And this is no different either. Reading chat. So it says, a person with a learning disability, AI is terrible for voices. Yeah, no, like, there's such a big difference between TTS tools that actually help people and this new version of generative AI, LLM based stuff. It's not it, man. It's not it. Someone said, just work out your brain, bro. Yeah, no. But honestly, chat, to be for real, for real, that's why I show up here and I put my hours in. Because like, I could literally, if I wanted to, I could just use ChatGPT to just generate you I don't know, I can generate a whole script. I could be like, AI is infiltrating the industry and people are shocked. This isn't just a disruption. This is a complete erosion of the trust that we've had in, like, I could do that, but why? When it's much more fun to yap for 1 hour and 39 minutes, which is how long I've been recording, and then have to cut out all the parts where I talked about Hercules or Pixar cutting out gay parts of their movies or whatever else I've been ranting and rambling about. Like, this is just so much more interesting in the first place. Someone said, if there's any time to use your brain to the fullest, it's now, guys. Well, yeah, okay. Now I'm going to sound like a boomer, but I'm only speaking for myself here. I'm not just wholesale assigning this to all young people, but my attention span is already shot. Okay. In the interest of me just retaining my cognitive capabilities, I actually think it's really useful to have things that I still have to think about, because everything in my life wants to think for me. And it wants to do so faster than I myself am capable of thinking, right? And I actually get really worried by that sometimes. I think about how, I'll give you an example. And this is going to sound really goofy, but this is just how I feel. Whenever I'm trying to log in and I have to enter a verification code, and so they send you a 6-digit code, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they text it to you, and then you have to enter it. I used to at least have to memorize that 6-digit code. So if I get a text and it's like, oh, if I need to log in, I have to enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would have to commit that to my short-term memory and then go back to the website and enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nowadays, chat, what happens is my keyboard will automatically scrub my messages for incoming codes and put it directly there. So I never actually have to check anything. So if it's like, okay, enter the code that we just sent to your phone, I don't have to remember anything. I can just tap the button and auto-populate it. I feel like it's little tiny experiences like that being stripped away from us by the hundreds and thousands that are really going to do a number, I'm speaking for myself, that are really going to do a number on me, of me never having to remember a password. I don't have to remember anybody's phone number. I don't have to remember anything ever. I don't have to think about things. I don't have to calculate anything. I don't have to add anything together. I don't have to count anything anymore. I never have to analyze. I never even have to know things or like remember dates. I don't have to store any sort of trivia knowledge when I know I can just look it up. I don't have to remember anybody's URL, anybody's handle. I don't have to remember any of my personal information because all of that is stored and easily accessible to me. Shouldn't I be a little bit scared, chat? When I live like this, which is dramatically different from how I used to live even 10 years ago, when AI comes along offering to think for me even more, I feel like I should be putting my foot down and being like, well, no, actually, I would like to remember some things. I would like to come up with a couple things in my life or try a little bit, because I can't imagine that this is going to be a great thing when I look back. And for the past 50 years, I never had to think about anything. I don't think that's good, man. I don't think that's good. Somebody said, I've seen a YouTuber talk about this, but I don't remember her name. Bro, if somebody wants to actually do like research into this idea of us never ever having to like store anything in our brains anymore, I would watch the heck out of that video. Someone said it's Wall-E. It is honestly giving Wall-E. Someone said bring back remembering things. OMG. Yeah, I'm scared, chat. And I've been trying to do things the old-fashioned way. But yeah, I can really only do what I can do, honestly. I really, really can. Someone said, this is why I hate Microsoft Copilot when it tries to explain Word documents for me. I cussed it out once. Yeah, at this point, you don't even have to watch videos anymore. You don't even have to watch videos anymore. YouTube AI summary. I can't find the exact thing about it, but YouTube has been adding these AI summaries to their videos now. So if you want to have fun in the comments, you don't have to listen to what I said. You can just go off of what YouTube AI said I said. Excuse me. So that's pretty great. They also have like a chat bot where you can ask YouTube questions about what's in my video, which is wild because you could have just watched the video. Someone said, coming from a fellow ADHDer, I need my brain to be challenged. Yeah, no, dude. There's so many levels to this, honestly. So many levels. Someone said, I hate that I get a prompt to have AI summarize my text messages. They're already short. Yeah, no, dog. It's not good. It is not good, buddy. Someone said people are literally using ChatGPT to summarize what happens in a video. Yeah, it pisses me off, honestly. If you want a summary of my video, put that joint on 2x speed. I never get mad at people for watching me faster, but like maybe at least watch me a little bit, honestly. Oh man, it's a mess. It's a mess. All right. Anyways, I think I'm going to call it for this topic. I'm going to record an outro. So everybody say bye. Say bye to YouTube while I drink some more water. We'll record the outro. Then we'll move on to my next topic, which is a little odd. A little strange, chat, if I'm being honest. All right. But anyways, that's all I have to. Oh no, that's not all I have to say about AI. But if I kept going, we would be here all day. We would truly be here all day. So I'm going to leave it at that. Hopefully you never have to think about Shy Girl, the New York Times, or AI accusations or witch hunts ever again. I know I will certainly try not to until it inevitably comes up again later. But yeah, I actually recorded this video live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite frequently, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless, of course, I don't, in which case I'm probably just, I don't know, sleeping. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next stream or the next video. And if not, it doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye. All right, easy peasy, done. Stay here, stop recording. All right, let's go. That was a good one. All right. Let me move that footage over to where it need to be. Man, I have been having fun, y'all. I know I say it like every other stream of like, oh my gosh, I'm having so much fun making content, but I'm having so much fun making content. Let's see. What am I going to name this one? AI in publishing. Okay, whatever. Great. All right. Before I move on to the next topic, which is something that happened at Coachella, let's just chill. Someone said, let's go. Topic done and did. We did that topic. We did the heck out of it. Someone said I didn't know more things happened after the credits. Oh, that's fun. Is this your first stream? I'm excited for you. If you have time for the remainder of my stream, which will probably go on for maybe an hour and a half or so. Yeah. What my video viewers don't realize, this is where the real stream starts. This is honestly where the real stream starts. I record for the benefit of the people watching, and I do so in a way that makes a good YouTube video. Yes, I have fun talking with y'all, but I'm still trying to stay very like structured and stuff. That way I can edit it into something that's good. But after I record an outro, that's for them. The rest of the stream is for us. We just start doing whatever. We start talking about whatever, and we get to talk about things in my actual live stream that are so much more, I won't use the word interesting, but so much more nuanced than anything we talk about in my main videos. And the reason for that is because, hold on. The reason for that is because, I always watch the post streams and videos though. Yeah. I'm always trying to think about what is a good format for what information. And frankly, there are things in this world that I just don't think a YouTube video is a good format for. Even though I like talking about nuance, if a topic is too nuanced, I just don't think having a conversation about it in a video makes sense. But we essentially can have a conversation about anything in real time on the live chat, because if there's anything unclear, people just ask, and it's really great. Someone said we talk about the deep and scary stuff. We do, but we also talk about the nonsense as well. I try to keep it balanced, honestly. Okay, let me try to pull up Sabrina Carpenter. Also, by the way, if you're getting Sabrina Carpenter fatigue, because this might be like the third time I've mentioned her in a few weeks, it's not my fault. There's a lot of pop culture discourse about Sabrina Carpenter right now, but this was more so a exchange between her and somebody else at Coachella, which I thought was so interesting for so many reasons. It was her calling that one person yodeling. Okay, here we go. This is so interesting, dude. This is so interesting. Sabrina Carpenter confuses fans' cultural cry for a yodel, and says I don't like it in a now viral Coachella moment. I mean, first of all, you can imagine how this conversation is playing out online. There's a lot going on, but I actually wanted to have like a calm discussion about this. So before I get into this, we need like an actual video of the exchange first, and then we can talk about it, because I do think that there's some really interesting moving parts to this. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to pull this from Reddit. So Sabrina Carpenter is performing at Coachella, which, hold on, I'm probably going to have to turn the volume up, which is a big music festival, one of the most prominent ones. And whoever gets to headline Coachella gets a lot of buzz online. It's a pretty big gig, right? Excuse me. And during Sabrina's performance, this exchange happened.
Is that what you're doing? I don't like it. That's your culture, is yodeling? Is this Burning Man? What's going on? This is weird. You know,
25 seconds. 25 seconds, and there's so much to talk about here. Let's get into it right now. So the call itself is, I think I'm still in my information gaining phase. Hold on. Let me try to pull up what this was to make sure I'm not spreading misinformation. The call itself was apparently called I think it started with a Z, unless I'm wrong. Oh, a zagruta, a traditional Arabic expression of joy and celebration, which is what people suspect that one person was doing, making that sort of ululation sound is the best way I can describe it. So Sabrina is signaling this one sound out. and saying, I want to make sure I'm quoting her correctly. Is that what you're doing? I don't like it. That's your culture. Is it yodeling? I think what's happening is, God, there's so many things that happen. So let's make one thing clear. When she says it's weird, I think I see mostly the story is being presented as Sabrina Carpenter said that this cultural expression of joy is weird. She said, is this Burning Man? This is weird. I don't think this is weird was specifically directed to that person's call, but I still think that this came across pretty poorly for many reasons, primarily being everybody was like making sounds at this time. And no, but regardless of what Sabrina Carpenter's like point was here, because like I there's always nuance to be had or whatever, but like, hold on, let me make sure the volume is still fixed. Okay. Everybody is cheering and saying woo at this point. Listen.
Is that what you're doing? I don't like it.
I saw a lot of discourse being like, oh, well, Sabrina was being interrupted. This person was being disruptive. No, they weren't. First of all, I have to defend the person doing the Zagruta. They weren't being disruptive. Everybody was cheering. Literally everybody was cheering. It was so loud, and also Sabrina wasn't saying or singing anything at that time. It was complete silence. I'll point that out as well.
Is that what you're doing?
So, getting singled out for doing the same thing that everybody else is doing, just in a different way, I think is really whack. That can't feel nice. And then kind of getting into the exchange of it.
Doing? I don't like it. That's your culture, is yodeling?
I'm not saying that's my culture is a wholesale get out of jail free card. That you should just never question anybody who says this. I'm just saying immediately questioning somebody who tells you that something they did is their culture is wild to me. I think the thing about Miss Carpenter, she has a lot of this like on stage banter, and it usually goes over much better because she's joking about goofy things. But like, dude, someone literally trying to explain where they're coming from and getting shot down and accused of yodeling. I mean, even if they were yodeling, what would actually be wrong with that?
Is this Burning Man? What's going on? This is weird.
I get it. I get where she may have been coming from, but I just think it was a bad move, dude. It was a bad move. Now, that being said, I still don't literally think it was exactly the same as Sabrina Carpenter learned about this one specific cultural expression and called it weird. It sounds more like she disbelieved somebody explaining an aspect of her culture or their culture and wholesale labeled it weird because it stood out from what everybody else was doing. And I'm just like, come on, Sabrina. But like, okay, wait. Don't take this as an excuse. Please don't. She's live performing right here. I'm also live performing right now. And I will say this. Sometimes not accidentally, honestly, just because sometimes I'm never really sure whether people are being serious or not. In my live chat, usually y'all are being serious, but then sometimes you'll say things that are not serious. And then also me having to fill in all the blank spaces. Sometimes I do run the risk of saying things that are just wildly ignorant. I've said some, oh man, sometimes I just say some stuff on my live stream and I'm like, you are the dumbest person alive. you really are. But like, I still think, honestly, this is so easily avoided by conceding when you don't know things. You know what I mean? I'm not making an excuse for her, honestly, because I don't think I've ever said anybody's culture was weird on a live stream. Or if I did, I would like to apologize for that. It's just not a cool thing to do by any means. So all I'm saying is I see how it could have happened, but someone said you're receptive to feedback. Yeah, I would like to think that if I did call something out and then somebody was like, oh, D'Angelo, this is that, I would be like, oh, whoop. And then I would try to tell everybody else in the live chat, like, did y'all know this was that? I didn't. And if I did, I wouldn't have said that, but thank you for telling me or whatever. I feel like I say that a lot in my live streams, like, oh, thank you for telling me. That's what I would have said. Here, I'm gonna redo the clip for you.
Okay. That's your culture is yodeling?
Thank you for telling me. That's your culture? Oh, thank you for telling me. Continues playing the piano. I didn't know she could play piano, by the way. That's cool. I'm jealous. But yeah, no, like, buddy, I don't know. There's so many people. Actually, let's look and see how people are reacting on this subreddit that I pulled it from right here. This is really interesting. I am Middle Eastern. I didn't take offense. She didn't understand and thought they were heckling her. Yes, she didn't understand when they told her it's culture either, because why would she? A Caucasian American who I'm assuming is not aware about the type of celebrations around the world. We use it in weddings to celebrate significant events. It's a bit weird to use it during or before Western singer sings in a festival and expect her to understand the significance on the spot instead of you interrupting her. All of this makes sense to me. I will agree. I agree with the idea that it's unlikely that she would have known beforehand what this was. I do still totally maintain my position that upon learning that this could potentially be a cultural thing, it's not a great idea to make fun of it and compare it to Burning Man. But anyways, I still think this is a good point though, of like, she probably didn't know, and this isn't how this is usually used. So that's interesting context. Someone said, I'm sure if you didn't know what that was, you'd be confused too. I don't even think the people who were saying this was weird are arguing that Sabrina shouldn't have been confused. Because I'm not gonna lie, I've never been on a stage. Actually, I have been on a stage once, and it was a little bit disorienting. But like, it's what you do. It's what you do with that confusion, man. It's what you do, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said a lot of streamers will mold themselves to be more popular. You seem at least genuinely open. I mean, on the one hand, I feel like I'm popular enough. Thank you all, by the way. My live streams be popping. That being said, like, it does take a lot more willingness to like be wrong when you are live streaming than I think most people can handle. I don't think your average Joe is cut out for streaming, because I think a lot of people getting told that you're wrong about something to your face can be really like, actually, if I think about how I was when I was younger, that honestly, it was really off-putting. Like the idea that I got something wrong and being told that I was wrong. So I said, dope piercings. Thank you. I'm going to get more someday. It's not easy being told that you're wrong or that you didn't know something. There was a gap in your information, but I always just try to think about where people are coming from. So I'm never usually offended when people correct me, because I honestly don't think I've ever had anybody correct me in my live chat to where I felt like they were hating me for not knowing something. I think if I had a bunch of people in my chat who were like offended or so because I got something wrong, then yeah, I would hate streaming and I would hate people telling me that I'm wrong, because it's like, okay, well, how can I be right about everything? I can't do that. But honestly, it's more so the opposite, where it's like, we all know I'm not going to get it all right. So all I really have to do is try to stay open. But oh man, it's so tricky. It's so tricky. Reading. Someone said, I imagine it's very stressful even when something minor and chat is popping and expecting an instant apology and correction. Look, it's not like natural behavior that you usually have to do, but it's a small price to pay for having a really cool job, is how I feel. Streaming is awesome. And streaming to an audience that is actually not full of hateful people, doubly awesome. So honestly, I appreciate and welcome all of the feedback. That's a huge part of the reason that I record my videos live anyway. Because honestly, if I didn't like the feedback, I would be recording in my room by myself. Look at this. Oh, you disappeared. This is how I used to record all my videos. It was boring. I honestly vastly prefer doing it this way, but you have to be able to stay light on your feet and not dig deeper into a hole. Reading chat, reading chat. Someone said, mind you, she is not the first person at a concert who heard the Zagruta. There are so many videos where people react appropriately. Yeah, sorry, getting back to Sabrina Carpenter. What else do we have here? I don't know. I think she felt awkward because she was getting heckled. Concert etiquette is in the bin since COVID. It's a cheer. It's an expression of joy. I did a cursory search after this into like, oh, what is Zagruta? What does that mean? It's seemingly exclusively used to express a happy feeling. She wasn't being heckled objectively. And also, everybody else around this person was also cheering. Honestly, if it was a scenario where like Sabrina Carpenter was talking, she was speaking, she was trying to convey info, and then this one person from the crowd is doing a very loud, very resonant, easy to hear sound, and nobody else was saying anything, I would interpret that as heckling. But I think you were just being cheered on in a different way than you're used to, honestly. Someone says Shakira did a Zagruta. I saw that when I was searching for things. That was interesting. Okay, anyways, moving on. I mean, her performance is being interrupted. It's not really show and tell time for the audience and their cultural celebrations. I don't know. Y'all see how quickly y'all get xenophobic or anything like everything phobic, like xenophobic or racist or homophobic or misogynist in your defense of popular people. It happens like that, where all it took was you wanting to defend Sabrina Carpenter online, and now you have 5,000 upvotes on a comment saying somebody who expressed their cultural celebration. It's not show and tell time. They're interrupting. So everybody else who was cheering was fine, except for this one person. It's like, it's literally countdown timer. When somebody famous does something that has any level of discussion or whatever, just wait till people start excusing the most awful things in an attempt to bend over backwards. And I'm literally, by the way, still somewhat open to this idea that I don't think Sabrina was intending to be disrespectful. But like, bro, y'all wild for this. Y'all really wild for this. Anyways, I'm not Sabrina Carpenter, not a Sabrina Carpenter fan, but I think the random outburst and interrupting with the Zagruta is what made it weird. It's out of place for Coachella, but wouldn't be at Burning Man, hence the comment. A lot of people seem to be ignoring the fact that this is a person loudly interrupting her show, probably distracting her. The concert is about listening to the artist. If I were around that person, I would have been annoyed. They paid way too much money to see and listen to Sabrina. I think she handled it all right given the circumstances she was in. I'm not even a huge fan of her or anything, but they put her in an awkward position as a performer. Celebrate before or after the performance, not in between songs. And then see how, like, I can't talk about this because as a group that is not part of my culture, but see how when everybody else is doing things, it's beautiful and stuff, but then when you happen to not be part of the majority, when you do things, all of a sudden it's disruptive. That really bothers me a lot. Now I'm just talking about myself here. A little bit of solidarity, but like, it happens like when you're black, for example. You just like having fun is often interpreted in a way by other people that is negative or whatever, or you get labeled all of these things loud, or you get labeled like nasty just for having a personality or not having a great day at work. That happens a lot. Or like when you're queer, for example, and God forbid you hold your partner's hand or whatever in public. Now all of a sudden this is a problem that everybody wants to have an opinion on. But let two straight people hold hands and you're not even going to see it. That's what I'm talking about. The invisibility of the things that are the same things everybody else is doing. When it's performed in a socially acceptable way to the majority, it's invisible to you. This person has commented this, not realizing Sabrina Carpenter was being quote unquote interrupted by thousands of people in the Coachella concert. But because one person did it in a way that they are not used to seeing performed, all of a sudden this person is getting singled out. I think maybe that's why, like, it pisses me off because I haven't had this experience specifically, but I've had echoes of this experience in other ways. And someone said Igbo culture also makes a sound in celebration. Yeah, no, anyways, that's kind of all I have to say. Someone said I'm excited to watch the internet blow this out of proportion for 2 days and then forget. Hey, leave me here. But personally, I don't think I'm blowing anything out of proportion, though. I really don't think I'm blowing this out of proportion. I think people get really annoyed when there's any sort of discourse about like celebrities saying things. Oh, like the Timothée Chalamet thing. Honestly, that horse got beaten to death, honestly. But like, that doesn't change the fact that there's still interesting conversations to have. And we had those on that stream and in that video about like the cultural value of art, even beyond its commercial appeal and stuff like that. And so I feel like people are going to get really mad about people talking about this a lot over the coming days, but that doesn't change the fact that there's still really interesting points here about culture and expressing yourself and what that looks like. But yeah, I feel more sorry for the person cheering than for Sabrina in this scenario, because you made it all the way to Coachella. That's not cheap to do, by the way. You usually have to travel. You made it all the way to Coachella to see probably one of your favorite artists. And then you got called out on stage. Then you actually got a chance to explain yourself. And then you got made fun of and everybody starts laughing at you. Did everybody start laugh? Or did I just hallucinate that part? Because, hold on, let me go back to the end of it. I feel like everybody did just start laughing at the end there. I got to fix the audio again. Do.
Is this Burning Man? What's going on? This is weird.
That's painful in a way that's going to be invisible to a lot of y'all. And honestly, the person in question may be fine. Maybe this was literally just a bit of banter for them and it's not that big of a deal. I'm not offended on their behalf. Lord almighty. This sucks. We're never going to get anywhere until we can actually have conversations about these things without people jumping to defend celebrities. And you can still understand where the celebrities are coming from. I do personally believe, like me, being up here on the stage, I doubt I would say everything correctly. I doubt I would get it right. But like, bro, that's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. Someone said her doubling down is just bad. Yeah, I think probably I would have had the same reaction to hearing that sound, which I have never heard of personally. I would have been like, yo, what was that? I am unfamiliar. What's going on here? But then being explained, I would have been like, oh, okay. The more you know. And then I'd play a little funny piano chord if I actually knew how to play piano, which I don't. Like I said, I'm still jealous. I'm still jealous. Someone said my culture does the same call noise as celebration. Yeah, no, like, God, there's so many ways of being. There's so many configurations for being a human. It's not just that one of them is valid and all the other ones should be laughed at or singled out or whatever is not cool, man. Reading chat. So I don't know what that person feels, but if I was in that situation, I would feel good for sure. Yeah, no, it's hopefully they don't care at all, by the way. Hopefully they're just like, oh, whatever, that was funny. A fun story to tell, but wild, man. Reading chat. All right, anyways, that's all I've got to say about the Zagruta during the Sabrina Carpenter performance at Coachella, which was not a sentence that I thought I would be saying aloud, but was certainly interesting to talk about. We also talked about AI and publishing, which is pretty great. Oh, wait, did my footage upload? Hold on, let me check on that and make sure it's good. Okay, it's so good. In fact, bro, somebody around me is cooking, like actually cooking food. I say cooking and I think like, oh, they're cooking. They have a good point. And I am hungry. I'm not really hungry because I already ate, but something about smelling food sometimes I either react with rage and overstimulation, or I'm just like, it's time to eat. It's time to eat, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said you got hand tattoos too. Yeah, I do. I have a lot. Okay, hold on. I am going to move this one thing around. Give me a second. Excuse me. Okay, great. Easy peasy. trying to actually collaborate with an editor on my videos now, so I have more time, but we'll see if that works for me. Yes, I have a hand tattoo. I have one on my neck. I showed it off a little while ago. You can see it sometimes, but not other times. It's pretty big. It's pretty large. That one's really fun. It was really fun to get. God, I do not know how to drink water without coughing. Excuse me. Actually, I have 2 tattoos on my neck. It was really funny because when I went in for this neck one, or this one, I think it's on this side, I got really scared because I was like, oh crap, like this is gonna hurt. And then the machine hit the skin and I was like, wait, this is really familiar. And then I remembered I have one on the back of my neck as well. And I was like, oh, that's why this is familiar, because I already have a neck tattoo. The tattoos that I don't see, I literally do not remember I have, honestly, which is hilarious. Literally hilarious. Someone said drink your vape water. I am not secretly vaping, okay? That would be funny. No, it wouldn't be funny, but it would be kind of funny if I was secretly. Every time I drink water, I'm actually just, what do you call vaping? Taking a hit, a dab, hitting the pin? Actually, I literally have never vaped, okay? Someone said, you're right, I should get another tattoo. You so should, bestie. You should get another tattoo, especially if you already have them. Who cares? Just get another one. It's just skin. It's literally just skin. Reading chat. Someone said, how many tattoos do you have? 28. Nothing crazy. I think that's a normal amount. People will say that's a lot, and I disagree with them. I don't feel like I actually have that many. I have so much space left on my body that hasn't been tattooed, actually. So no, I don't have too many. Someone said if only I had money, though. Yeah, okay, tattoos do be costing. They do be costing money. That's the one thing about them. And I love being an artist, but it's certainly not a free hobby. No, not by any means. Someone said tattoo tour win. I've already done one, but when I collect some more, inevitably, I'll make another tattoo tour for you all. And then you can see volume 2. Yeah. Someone said, does Smosh say 6'7" off camera as much as they do on camera? Okay, hold on. You want to do a Smosh Q&A? I can only tell you about the members I met. I can only tell you about the Smosh members I personally had a conversation with, which would be Chance and Trevor. Okay, great. So ask your burning questions now about either Chance or Trevor from Smosh. There was also one other person there who was great, but I don't think she's like Smosh cast proper. And I'll answer them for you. Someone said, was it Chance? Yes, I had a great conversation with Chance. He was there. It was fantastic. It was great. And I'll answer your questions. Do a tell all. I would like to say, first and foremost, if your question was, were they nice? Everybody was just so nice. I sound like a broken record. Everyone was so nice there. It was great. Someone said, did y'all do a skit? Yes, we kind of. Not a full skit. And I think I was really bad. So I don't think it's going to be posted. But Chance and Trevor were great at the skit part of it. But I performed so poorly. Hopefully that never sees the light of day. Someone said, what did you think about Chance? So funny. Genuinely so funny. Crazy seeing someone be funny in real life. It's not easy to do. It's kind of easy to be funny on camera. It's not really that easy to do it in real life. Someone said, I'm an old person. What even is Smosh? It's funny that you say that because Smosh has been around for a while. But still, they may be after your time. It says, according to Google, in 2002, Padilla created a website, Anthony created a website called Smosh.com. But I think, yeah, they technically were founded in 2002, but the channel itself has been active. I don't remember. I don't know when the channel itself was cooked up, but yeah, what else we got? Someone said, I feel like they're also naturally funny. They literally are, though. They literally are. What else we got? Someone says Smosh is as old as YouTube. Smosh is low-key older than YouTube, which is crazy to think about. So they started posting 25 years ago. Yeah, they got bigger in 2005. They're big at this point. Reading. Someone said Smosh is smoshing stuff. It was all very Smosh coded. Someone said their channels are much different now, though. That's true. Smosh is good at meeting the people where they're at. It's almost unrecognizable compared to what I used to know Smosh for. Now it's very like personality based stuff, which is pretty cool, honestly. But I was happy to be there. But yeah, dude, these people were all so nice. And I love meeting people and then seeing that they're as cool. Someone said, would you ever go back if invited? Yes, I told them that. Actually, afterwards, not somebody from the actual crew, but someone behind the scenes who was also lovely, was like, yeah, we had like thought about you for this segment, and would you be open to doing more things? And I was like, yes. And they were like, would you be open to doing things that you're not known for, aka like skit stuff? And I was like, yes. And they were like, really? And I was like, you know what, honestly, yes, I'm trying to say yes to more things. So they're so nice, in fact, that they make me forget that they make LA seem like a nice place full of happy people, which isn't easy to do. It's not easy to do. Someone said, do you regret anything you did during your visit? No, I think it was really cool. I don't think I was super awkward or weird or anything like that. I hope I was nice. That would be so funny for me to tell this story and be like, everyone there was so nice. And then they talk about me and they're like, oh my God, we met D'Angelo. Such a chip on his shoulder. What a loser. Honestly, unsubscribe from him. No, but it was wonderful, actually. Reading chat. Someone said, I need to see D'Angelo try not to laugh. The issue with me doing try not to laugh content is I'm really good at it. I'm too good at it. So I could watch like 30 things in a row or see 30 things in a row and not laugh at all. And it would just be really boring. But then I see one thing that is so stupid, so unfunny. I start laughing at the fact that somebody thought that would make me laugh. And then I break. I absolutely break. Someone said, I wish you liked LA so you could get low-key adopted onto the cast. Okay, I think Smosh has enough cast members. How many? There's so many people who are part of this organization. That was the main thing that I noticed while I was there. I was like, oh my God, there's so many people in this building. They don't need me. I swear to God, they really don't. Someone said D'Angelo would kill it on Reddit stories. It would be cool though. I would like to do, okay, here's what I want currently. I want to do more formats because they've had me for Assumptions once and it was awesome. And then they had me for Assumptions again and it was equally awesome. I love the new format, but like I do low key want to try a Reddit stories or something like that. Maybe just once later in the year. Something like that would be really fun. Reading chat. Someone said, I think in person might be different though for try not to laugh. It might be. It's easy for me to like not laugh at things on the screen because I just remind myself I'm just literally, it's a screen. Like what? But like, because they try and make each other laugh in real life, it might be different. Maybe so. Someone said Shane, Court, Damien, Angela, Amanda, Chance, Trevor, Tommy, Spencer, and Arasha. Did I miss anyone? Probably not. But then they also have a bunch of people who collaborate frequently and they almost seem like cast as well. Like I know Mac is there a lot. The other person that I was with, she was super dope, is there with Smosh a lot too. Also, I briefly met Court, which is really dope. We didn't get to talk or anything, but I was like, let's go. It was fantastic. Someone said, I miss your Am I the A-hole Reddit videos. I know. Okay, listen. Low-key, those videos perform pretty well. And also, I think people like them. The thing is, you don't want to turn into a Reddit channel as a creator. You don't want to turn into a Reddit channel. And I don't think I was running that risk because I literally, if I remember correctly, I only did it like once a month or something like that. No, I did more than once a month, but I tried not to do too many Reddit videos. You didn't notice, or it didn't feel like a bunch of Reddit comment because I was posting 7 times a week. But I feel like now that I'm only posting up to 3 times a week, if I put out a Reddit video, it might seem really out of place. But if I ever start posting more content, I probably will add in a Reddit video here and there because they're fun to do. I know that Reddit is full of rage bait, and it doesn't change the fact that sometimes rage bait can be fun to talk about in a controlled environment. Also, My Reddit videos hit because I don't be pretending that they're real. I go into Reddit assuming that is fake, okay? And because of that, I think it's just more of a real experience. Reading chat. Someone said, weird, unrelated question. Are you autistic? I'm autistic and I see a lot of similarities. And I was just wondering, maybe I'm crazy. No one has ever formally told me that I'm autistic. So no. ADHD? Yes. And also, I have a lot of overlap with things that many people go through. Like many people who have ADHD, I have some overlap with autistic people and just things that they experience or the way that they experience things. So yeah, no, oh buddy, it's a ride regardless. But yeah, ADHD is the main thing for me personally. Someone said they haven't? Question mark. I mean, what's it gonna do? Honestly, I don't know. I have enough to worry about. That's a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say, but you know what I mean. Someone said ADHD and autism overlap. My therapist has had to tell me I probably only have ADHD. That's essentially what I've been told. Is that like, even though there's a lot of fun overlap that I may experience or whatever, it's most beneficial and helpful for me to essentially treat this as ADHD, which seems to be accurate in my experience and the things that have helped me or whatever. But like, that being said, oh man, there's everything is like, not everything, but there's certain things that are like spectrum vibes. You know what I mean? I have solidarity. I have solidarity for my autistic peeps. I see you out there with autism. I feel like I know you at least a little bit more maybe than somebody who doesn't have ADHD. Is that fair? Someone said autism, ADHD, and OCD overlap, by the way. Yeah, no, it can all be very, and it can also make it really tricky to like diagnose or like help or like find things that help if you don't even know what is going on. And I feel like, for me personally, a lot of my symptoms or whatever you want to call them are, I've given up trying to figure out which one has to do with what. I don't care anymore. It don't matter, bro. It don't matter. Someone said it's okay to use resources of diagnoses without having diagnoses. Yeah, definitely, bro. I be looking stuff up about autism regardless, and I've seen some things that were helpful for me. So it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. Someone said, have you ever been drawn to psychology? Yeah, it was like maybe my second favorite class in college, honestly, with my first being sociology, which I thought was really, really cool. I thought it was super dope. What else do we got? Someone said, I'm not formally diagnosed with OCD, but like it's there, baby. Yeah. I will say like diagnosis is very important for many reasons, but like don't let the fact that you haven't been diagnosed with something formally dissuade you from trying to get help. Cause like with or without a diagnosis, you still gonna be experiencing some symptoms if you have these things. And I think what's really tricky too is like, it's not like you just get a stamp of approval and that people get it right the first time. I feel like people don't talk about that enough, where like, you might think you have one thing and then it's not. And so then you getting treated for this isn't actually as helpful. And it turns out you have this other thing. People constantly get misdiagnosed for things that they have as well. And then what really sucks is, because of course it does, race and gender and all of these other things also play into it as well, where you could get underdiagnosed because you're a woman, or you could get underdiagnosed because you're black, or all these other things could happen to you as well. So like diagnoses are very important, obviously, or I would say they're very helpful, but like there's also not linear and they're not as easy to get as one might assume. Lord almighty. Somebody said, wait, there's ADHD and there's ADHD. Yeah, essentially it basically depends on what sort of overlap you're looking at. Someone said, I have ADHD and my husband has autism. The similarities and differences are uncanny. I feel the same way. I mean, my husband doesn't have autism because I don't have a husband and I'm not married to a human being. I wear this ring for fun, but like, I, having had proximity, really strong and close proximity to someone with autism for like a very long time, I just feel like sometimes we complete each other, or like we auto complete each other. And I don't know if that makes any sense. That doesn't make any sense, because if you add all of our stuff together, it doesn't equal it doesn't equal one good thing. But I feel so close to this person, honestly. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Someone said, I volunteer for your hand in marriage. Sorry, not this time. Someone said, I'm not married to a human being. Yeah, I was clear. You heard what I said. You heard what I said. I said, I'm not married to a human being. You could interpret that however you want. I mean, don't interpret it however you want. Because I feel like there was a lot of really weird interpretations of that. But I mean what I said. Some said, what are you married to? Honestly, at this point, the game. No, just kidding. That's a terrible answer. Don't date anybody who says they're married to the game. That person is toxic and doesn't have good work-life balance. Speaking from experience. Someone said married to the grind. Yeah, no, dog. Honestly, I'm just happy as I am in this state, just me. I feel like I'm enough. This is enough. It's always just been me on this channel. I've never had like a girlfriend tag, boyfriend tag, or whatever, but like, I'm happy that way. I like things the way that they are. I don't want to change them. Someone said married to the bag. Exactly. Why you think we out here streaming? Why you think we streaming? Someone said, if you have ADHD, I found that you tend to click with people with something similar. I've told this story before, and I'll tell it again. But like, almost everyone in my friend group at this point is either on medication now for ADHD or getting like treatment in some kind of way. But it's really funny because so many of them started off by saying essentially like, no. They would even say it to like me, not trying to invalidate me, but just being like, what? No, that can't be ADHD, because they didn't think the things that I was experiencing were ADHD because they didn't know what it was. And so slowly I have kind of educated people and been like, oh, hey, did you know that this thing that you described is actually neurodivergence? Oh, hey, did you know that this thing that you experience is not something that people typically experience to this degree at all? And fast forward years, and now everybody neurospicy. It's funny too, because I couldn't say to my friends what I knew all along, which was like, obviously you were neurodivergent. Why do you think we're friends? Why do you think I signaled you out and understood your wavelength? Because you have something going on. I feel the same way too about, this is really funny, but simultaneously, many of my friends have also come out over the years as like various gender things or whatever. And I'm not that kind of person who's like, oh, I knew beforehand. Because you literally cannot know unless somebody tells you who they are. But I knew something was up. Let me tell you that. I think the vast majority of my friends, it was within I'm talking within moments of having a conversation with them. I was just like, oh, you're and I'm not that kind of person who will tell you what you are. I never have thought to myself like, I bet that friend is probably bi, or I bet that friend is probably transgender. They're probably a trans woman or whatever. But I was just like, I'm probably going to receive some information about you soon that I'm going to have to act real surprised about. And like clockwork, I was like, oh, your pronouns are she, her now? That's amazing. Oh, you're buying it? That's great. Thank you for telling me. It's hilarious, bro. It's hilarious. But honestly, the truth of the matter, there's a wavelength and I catch it. Okay. It is what it is. Someone said got a case of the same brains. For real. For neurodivergence to represent things being different, it's hilarious how much overlap we really have. And also, I'm a strong believer in solidarity. Me having neurodivergence in the way that I do doesn't mean I understand everything that everyone who's neurodivergent goes through by any means, but it definitely makes me more open to listening to people's experiences and trying to be mindful about that kind of thing. Someone said, I did the same thing too before. Yeah. Reading chat. Someone said, queer folks, let's go. Yeah, we be finding each other. It's easy. I don't know. Just go out there and be queer, I guess. And then it's like magnets sometimes. It's like magnets. Reading chat. Someone said my entire family has some flavor of autism, ADHD, OCD, and PTSD. Sometimes I forget that there are people who don't have any of that until I see the confusion on their face when I describe an experience. Oh, that's kind of funny. I mean, funny, if you know what I mean. Someone said autism, I think, contributes to my perception of my gender. It's a social construct and I don't like social constructs that have no real reason for being. I have never figured out how to explain that to another person without sounding, well, it doesn't matter how I might sound. It's just the truth. But like, honestly, chat, I genuinely believe I experience being non-binary as a function of being neurodivergent. Literally. I'm not trying to be like funny or whatever. I think like in my mind, because like these are just labels, honestly. And so like the labels don't really mean anything to me. For me, it's just a feeling that you could put whatever word on it you want. It doesn't matter. The feeling for me is literally the same feeling. I like it's like, hold on, I'll show you a difference right now. I'll show you a meme that explains what I'm trying to say here because I'm doing a pretty bad job. To find okay, I'll do just like a blank version of this. Images, open a new tab. Okay. This is how I feel. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. And it's like, they're the same picture. That's how I feel about my gender and also being neurodivergent. Of like, I don't know how to describe them in being different terms because for me, it's just the way I am. It's not a label. It's not, I don't know how to describe it. It's not a word. It's literally just, I don't know what to tell you, bro. But that's literally just me. You can definitely be neurodivergent without being non-binary or honestly queer in any way. You can also definitely be non-binary without being neurodivergent. They're not the same thing at all. But like in my case, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Buddy, it's wild, man. It's wild. Someone said ADHD, non-binary, lesbian for the win. Let's go. Let's go, honestly. Someone said, what are your pronouns? My pronouns are he and him. Exclusively. Someone said twinning. Someone said hot take. If we truly understand gender, then we should all be gender non-conforming. Okay, well, yeah. I think gender in general is not a fun thing to conform to in the first place, even if you're cis. A lot of y'all, because you could be cis and gender non-conforming, but like, I think that's the root of our issues right there. It's like, not even people who actually just do have binary genders. Y'all would be a little bit more free too for not having to conform to them just because you happen to be A or B or whatever, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Someone said who? Okay, well, yes, that's my other pronoun is who as well. He and him and who? But that's pretty difficult to use. So we'll just stick with he and him. His. Reading chat. Someone said, let's all forget about gender. Let's let it go. I would be happy to, honestly, but hey, it means something different to everybody, right? And for many people, it means a lot. So it is what it is, for real, for real. Someone said, my first D'Angelo live. Happy to be here. Hey, well, glad to have you here, honestly. So I forgot my gender at home. I leave it at home every day before I hop on this live stream. I truly, truly do. And then it's like, you've got the layers to it too, though, because like, I am also a man as well. So that's really fun too, having those multiple identities that many people would consider to be contradictory. But honestly, there's nothing contradictory about being non-binary and a man as well. Many people are. And some of them didn't even spawn that way, or were not labeled as such when they were born. So it's hilarious, honestly. Some say he, him, and who. Exactly. Those are my pronouns right there. Someone say, hey, D'Angelo, you're exactly what you think you are. Exactly. I'm a vibe. I'm a whole vibe, honestly. Reading. Someone said, it was so funny explaining a very specific experience to my ex-therapist, executive dysfunction, and having him completely not understand. And by funny, I mean anger-inducing. Being like misinterpreted by a therapist is a whole different kind of pain of you like trying to explain something. And in my case, having them be like, oh, you must be talking about this. And then it wasn't that. It wasn't that thing. Also, excuse me. The worst thing that I've ever had a therapist do, like, is I was trying to explain something and their takeaway was somehow that I was trying to tell them I was a Republican. I kid you not. This was a real therapy session with a truly licensed person. And I guess I was using too many vague terms about feeling like, I don't know, I just have like, sometimes I don't know how to express myself because I don't want people to, misinterpret me or think that I have like these unpopular. And their interpretation of this was like, oh, you must be a closet Republican. I understand. And then we actually spent, and by we, I mean they, spent a considerable amount of this session of them just explaining to me, honestly, that like, screw what people think about your politics. And I was just like, I mean, I never saw them again after this, so I saw no harm in just kind of sitting there. Honestly, I probably should have I should have dipped, but I was fascinated. I was like, how could I have been misinterpreted this deeply? What did I say to bring this upon myself? Things like that will really throw you for a loop, but that's why you have to keep going. Someone said bro was self-projecting. Yes, he was absolutely projecting. And you know what? You gotta keep going. I'm not gonna lie, that really put me off of it. It like killed my will to continue finding a good therapist for a short period of time. But then I had to remind myself, like, hey, the actions of one person don't reflect on therapy as a whole. This person is just unhinged, absolutely unhinged, and it has nothing to do with me. I just found a bad one, and maybe all these good reviews are from other Republicans? Question mark. How are you even in therapy? How are you even a therapist? How in the world could you actually be a therapist and a Republican? That's wild to me, man. Someone said A-Rat assigned Republican at therapy. Chad, I got mispoliticized as a Republican during therapy, and it was pretty bad, honestly. It was pretty bad. Reading chat. Someone said, I think he did that on purpose to make you uncomfortable. There's any number of readings into that, and none of them are good, honestly. I haven't thought about that in a while, but yeah, no. Therapy is great when it works, and it's so great, in fact, when it helps you, that it is worth pushing through what can be very uncomfortable or slow experiences. But don't let anybody tell you it's easy, because it's definitely not. Someone said mispoliticized. Yeah, I was very sad to be mispoliticized that day, but that's okay. I moved on. Reading. Someone said my male therapist reminded me that men can be good. Men can be good, honestly. Like, I don't spend a lot of time defending men. Actually, I don't think I spend any time defending men on the internet. I hope I don't. like men as an institution can definitely be fine or whatever. I think the reason, though, that I don't subscribe, I'm not saying you were doing this, by the way, but I'm talking about people who will literally jump into conversations and be like, not all men or whatever. Like, maybe it's not all men or whatever, but what you do have to realize is, like, due to patriarchy, or this is just my personal opinion, this isn't even like feminism theory or whatever, this is just where I'm at in my personal life. Every man has the capability to effortlessly be as horrific as the worst men you know. It's literally baked into society. It's also baked into society for me as a man to get away with a lot of stuff. So I think like not all men or whatever is a pretty, like, when people bring it up to discredit other people bringing up good points or whatever, it's so backwards, because it's like you need to examine why you're even having to qualify that there could possibly be a good man in this scenario. Why is the default allowing your average man to get away with so many things? Honestly, it's insane. It's insane. Someone said if all men were like D'Angelo, our problems would disappear. Well, no, because then I've surely got my cognitive gaps, or like gaps in my perception or whatever, like spots where I don't get it right or whatever. I think less like me and just more like being open to being just kind of like, I don't know, a sieve, a funnel. I literally just try to be like open, which sometimes means being less like me. I think that's something that a lot of men don't talk about because it's a little tricky. But sometimes being a good man means being less like yourself in the moment, not doing that thing that is part of your instinct, your gut instinct to do or whatever as a man. When you start unpacking, like, maybe I should be a little less me about this, that's when you start realizing that that thing that you thought was you was actually just the patriarchy or was actually just like misogyny, or was something that was like implanted within you or whatever. That's what I learned personally when I was deconstructing my gender as a man and remaining as such. I was just like, wow, so much of what I thought was me being a guy was actually me being a bad person. And that sounds insane, but that doesn't have to do with me being a guy. That's not my fault as a man, honestly. My fault would be if I was not unpacking this and then I continued to just make excuses for it. But I was like, you know what? I want to be a good person. I think I have the capability of doing that. So if that means being like uncomfy or whatever and really unpacking some of my mindset and stuff like that, I had to do what I had to do. Because honestly, chat, unfortunately, growing up in Texas, South Central Texas, yeah, I absolutely was indoctrinated by a bunch of misogynist attitudes about women and men. Misogynist attitudes about men, huh? Those exist too. And I had to unpack so much of that. For me personally, what did help, honestly, was going to college. I mean, like, not everybody, can do that. I'm not saying you have to do that specifically, but finding a group of people that is not the people you grew up with, that helped me a lot. I had a lot of amazing professors in college. Honestly, I can't believe that these people gave me the time of day, because I went into college so stupid. And I was also a child. I was an idiot in so many levels. It was pretty bad, but I definitely had some professors that really saw something in me, or whatever little tiny good it seemed like I was capable of doing when I entered college. I had some people there who really tried to pull that out of me. And so by the time I left college, I think I was a much better person because I got a lot of my biases like checked. And it was hard and it was painful, and it did leave me feeling like on some level I wasn't smart or whatever, but like that wasn't the case. Honestly, it doesn't make you stupid to realize that something that you've always believed is wrong. And realizing that, I think, will make people a lot happier. I think it's good you took the time to unpack, because a lot of people don't do that work. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I would like to say, like, anybody can, and I don't want to say should, wind up with my level of attempted open-mindedness. And I still think I have a long way to go. But if I could get all the way here mentally, perspective-wise, from conservative deep South vibes, I think, unfortunately, there's not really an excuse for anyone. There's no excuse for any of y'all. There just ain't. This is why I don't sit here defending guys of like, oh, well, we're socialized to be this way, and that's why. Yeah, but like, I'm sorry if like 50 people in a room are telling you something's bad. Maybe you should stop and think to yourself, oh, this might be bad. Or if like a bunch of people are labeling something you're doing toxic, maybe you should think, wow, maybe this thing that I'm doing is toxic, instead of just being like, oh, toxic masculinity. Yeah, it can be really toxic, y'all. This is wild. Reading. Someone said my dad voted for Trump the first time, and yet here I am, queer and radically liberal. Yeah, you can move forward past any level of nonsense that preceded you, and should. and should, certainly. Someone said male loneliness epidemic, lol. Yeah, or as I like to call it, the male skill issue epidemic. That's my contribution to the discourse. Let's unpack this male skill issue epidemic of how y'all are just so woefully unprepared. Just bad, just plain bad at this. I look at these guys who are just like misogynist and expect all of these things from women and are lonely and sad and not putting effort into anything anymore. And I'm just like, you were just bad at your job. I'm sorry. You are not going to wring an ounce of sympathy out of me for the male skill issue epidemic. No. I'm sorry, bro. Someone said male loneliness epidemic, go talk to each other. Literally. Like, what? Now, by the way, I believe that there is a general loneliness epidemic that is not gendered. That I don't see people talking about because we're so, I don't know, busy trying to coddle men as an institution or whatever. But in general, I think there is a deep loneliness that I sense in myself and my friends. And honestly, sometimes even when I'm having a decent and good conversation with somebody about positive things, I get struck by the idea that I'm talking to somebody who is so deeply lonely. And I think someone says because of the internet. Yeah, it's obvious. In my opinion, it's obviously because of the internet. Obviously, like, look at what these people, and by these people, I literally mean me, are doing in their spare time. Look at how they're interacting with people or not interacting with people. So like, I would love to talk all day about the actual loneliness epidemic, but that has nothing to do with like, oh, women don't want to date me because I have Morgan Wallen as my top Spotify artist on Tinder. No, it's a no for me, dog. Someone said there's 100% is. I think the shift in a lot of jobs working from home contributed a lot, at least in my experience. Yes, for me personally, I'm only talking about my experience. The pandemic, there's something that didn't shift back into place after it. That's the only way I can describe it. Something shifted out of place. Obviously, it was understandable that this happened because we were under the wildest, most dangerous, extenuating circumstances I had seen in a long time. But there's something that did not shift back into place after the pandemic. And I worry that it never will. I worry that it never will. It's really sad and strange. So I'm lonely AF. Yeah, no, like, I mean, chat, let's be real. On a good week, actually, not this week because I first was sick and then I had to go to LA, but whatever. Good week, I'm over here streaming hours a day, multiple times on the internet, and I quite enjoy doing this. You are all here having me as background noise or whatever function I'm providing for you, which I'm happy to do so. Maybe not because you're like specifically lonely, right? But maybe because like it's still nice to have some sort of simulation of interaction going on. I know that's a large part of the reason I stream. Like, it's nice talking to people, or what I perceive as talking to people. And I feel less lonely than I did before. Also, dude, for some reason, I don't feel like enough people talk about this, or maybe they do, but like, I have found it so difficult to make friends as an adult. And it's not for lack of trying. It's definitely not. Like, I'll tell you what happened. This is a story all about how, when I was a kid, I went to public school, obviously. I also was homeschooled a bit, and then I went to college. So I've had the full gamut of socialization or lack thereof or whatever. But like, when I was a kid, there was always a built-in group that mandated my spending time with my friends. So when I was in school, we had to hang out 5 times a week. It was the law, not the law, but that's how that worked. And then when I was like in college, right? Yeah, you don't always get the same classes as your friends, but if you're in the same major, there's going to be a lot of overlap. We all had to show up at this building, right? When I had a job that was like in person, not this YouTube stuff I'm doing now, I was friends with some of my coworkers, not all of them, jeez, but I had like maybe 2 people there that I would say were actually my friends, and we had to spend time together, obviously, as a function of us working. We chose to be friends outside of that. But what I struggle with now is this lack of proximity. Someone said forced proximity. Yeah, say what you will about it being a good or bad thing, but like, now that there's nothing necessarily to bring me together with anybody in the first place, it's really hard to maintain friendships sometimes, because it's like I have my own schedule and other people have their own schedules, and there's not this like nebulous thing that is the reason we can all come and spend time together. And I think that's why a lot of friendships are rooted around going to see things, like, oh, we'll go see a movie, or you have to find these reasons, I think, to warrant spending time with other people, which sounds really sad, but I don't think it's sad at all. And it gets harder to find those reasons the older I get, for me personally. The further I get away from school or my jobs that I used to have when I was much younger or whatever, I'm just like, I don't know how to like break into a friend group or whatever. I just don't know how to do it, man. Reading chat. Sometimes I personally like forced proximity. I like it to an extent. I think there's times at which it's not a good thing at all, but like it clearly had a benefit, because honestly, like my friends, we were really deep friends. It wasn't just because we were all at college trying to get a mass communication degree that we chose to become friends with each other. We really did grow to love each other and all this stuff, but like it was useful that somebody did the busy work of us meeting first. Reading. Someone said my best friend who was white and liberal told me she was watching Candace Owens. Well, some of you, probably not you in this chat, because you'll know what I mean, but some of you may not like this, but being liberal, I don't really think would give you any opinions that would actually contradict much of what Candace Owens says. I think being liberal is not a great stopping point. When I say liberal, I'm referring to U.S. American liberalism, as it is understood by me and my experience of it. Like, you don't want to stop there in terms of trying to be leftist or progressive, or you will find yourself as a liberal supporting people and things and that are just bad, that are just really bad and counterproductive and not progressive at all. Because like, I think the term liberal, I almost wish there was a different term for it that didn't start with an L and lead people to believe that they were actually being leftist. But anyways, that's my 2 cents on a liberal friend watching Candace Owens. I'm like, likely place for them to be. Like, I mean, sorry. And like, if you're a liberal and you're like, whoa, why am I being attacked right now? Because you might not be a liberal. That's the thing. I think there are a lot of people who refer to themselves as liberals that are objectively not. They are leftists, or maybe any other combination of things, but they're not actually liberals. And that's something I had to learn about educating myself about. What do these positions actually entail and what do these things mean? Liberal is definitely not the opposite of conservative, and it's certainly not the other side of anything. There's no axis at which being an American liberal is the polar opposite of being an American conservative, honestly. There's so much more leftism to engage with beyond American liberalism. And that's how I feel personally. Someone said she kept saying racist stuff, and I was like, where are you getting this from? And she was like, Candace. And yeah, no, like there's a lot of racism I see coming out of Nah, bro. It's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me, dog. Someone said these labels are so fake. I know. What you really should do, I mean, you can't do it, but like taking a non-label approach to politics, which is how I had to figure out what label winds up even quote unquote applying to me, and then realizing what the correct terms actually mean is the only way to know what you are actually supporting or engaging with. I had to like blow the top off of the whole thing and just be like, okay, well, if I actually believe this and I actually believe this and I believe this and I have this gut instinct reaction to like, say, a humanitarian crisis or whatever, what does that make me? And the answer was not liberal or Democrat. It was leftist. So I also see liberals not being intersectional in their advocacy. Yeah, no, dog, like, is wild, man. It's wild. Reading chat. But that being said, though, I still literally, I don't assume that everybody knows that. If somebody tells me that they're like a liberal, for example, or like a lifelong liberal, they're really proud of it, I'm not assuming that this means that they are an op, because they might be trying to tell me that they're a lifelong leftist, not somebody who actually subscribes to like American liberalism. And so like I have a lot of people in my life who just identify as liberals, but they're not. I'm telling you, they're not. Because when you look at what liberalism actually is, that's not what these people believe. It's so interesting, though. Someone said it's crazy what USA Americans call left. Yeah, the bare minimum, essentially. Essentially. It's the bare minimum is what gets you labeled a far leftist in the United States, or like an extremist or whatever. It's wild, bro. It's wild. But yeah, no, ultimately, like, I just try to get a read on people's policies instead of what labels they're using. Obviously, unless they're saying like, oh yeah, my label's conservative. Okay, I don't care about your policies. But when it comes to supposed leftistness or progressivism or whatever, I just try to figure out like, okay, what does that mean to you? I explain to the class, and then I move from there. So I'm a leftist over liberal every day. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, like I do literally feel like there are a lot of well-meaning people who, if you sat them down and did like a whiteboard explanation of liberalism versus leftism, they might come away saying like, oh, never mind. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Reading chat. Someone said, D'Angelo, can you do another poll sometime where we're all from? I'd be interested. I'm not sure with privacy if it'd be a good idea. Just curious. I have that demographic information. I'll pull it up for you sometime. I know where all of y'all are from, or at least where your Google accounts are run out of, and it's really interesting info. Someone said, did he come out as gay yet? Did who come out as gay? Who are we talking about? If me, that's never going to happen because I'm not gay, but I'm also not straight. It's a likely place for me to be. Neither of these things at all. I'm not between them or a little bit of either, which is really fun. But if you're talking about somebody else, I don't know. Did who come out as gay? Wait on it. Maybe they will. Someone said the label Democrat is even more confusing. It definitely is, man. It's like, in general, like, American politics is just... It's hard for me to compare this to anything else being literally American. I'm not enmeshed in anybody else's political situation, but I still personally feel like so much of American politics is just using the wrong words for things and labeling other things that they're not. That's my current understanding. And so you get called like a communist and you're not a communist, or you get communism called bad when it's not bad, or like all these other, you get called an anarchist and you're not an anarchist, or anarchism gets called bad when that's also not a bad thing. It's literally wild how much of US politics is rooted in this idea of nobody knowing what any of the words that they're using actually mean to anybody else who is not in this country. It's wild. It's wild, man. And maybe other people have this experience too, but I swear to God, you call this American exceptionalism if you want. It feels particularly bad here in America. Oh my God. Someone said this is why leftist is a meaningless term. It's easily co-opted ideology. We need to start identifying as communists, anti-imperialists, practicing dialectical materialism. I agree with... Look, I'm not going to get into it because whereas I completely agree with you, obviously, this is not a counter argument to what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, it's so annoying how the problem is never going to get fixed. Because if you tell somebody that you're a communist and then they start railing against you, thinking that you're trying to, I don't know, what it is that people accuse communists of trying to do. And then it's like, no one's even in a thinking place to hear what you're saying. And so that's why it would be more useful if people who actually are like espousing communism would be specific about it, and then we could all see it's not that bad of a thing. But like, I don't know, it's so tricky. But yeah, I'm not arguing with you. I want to make that clear. Like, yes, you're correct. I think being more open and honest and like stigmatizing these terms, which are not a bad thing, being anti-imperialist is obviously a good position to have, would be so much more useful than like a wholesale labeling of everything vaguely good as leftism. Because you're right, people slip through the cracks, but like, it's wild, man. It's wild. Someone said I got called a communist before I'm a socialist. Yeah, no, but I agree with you though. I agree with you for sure. Like, you're right. I just wish we could all be right. Don't you? Sometimes I feel like people make really good points. I'm like, oh, if only we all knew what you're saying as a fact, we would move forward so much further. But yeah, no, I'm also not a proponent of like leftist infighting or any of that. I just don't think that's a real thing. I think leftist infighting is a psyop. And honestly, you should just focus on what people are actually saying their policies are and go off of that. Reading. Someone said, all I know is I hate late stage capitalism. It feels so dystopian. Listen, being anti-capitalist is a great place to start. Personally, that's where a lot of my political learnings or understandings, which I don't have that much of, if I'm being honest, started from, was a vague and strong dissatisfaction with capitalism and just being like, dude, some of this is objectively like bad for us, obviously. I think almost anybody would agree capitalism has elements that are objectively bad and they harm more people than they do good. So I just kind of went into it as a vague, dissatisfied anti-capitalist, and then I came out of it being like, where I am now. Someone said, what does psyop mean? Oh, how do you describe what a psyop is? Essentially, that's when you try to make something seem like it's real when it's not, and you do so for the benefit of like pushing a false narrative or things like that. Psyops are just things that are like not actually real, but people will try to convince you that they exist, or vice versa. Things that are real, but people will try to convince you that they don't exist. It's a psyop. Reading chat. Someone said, I don't know how not to contribute to capitalism while living in the US. You currently can't, but you currently can't not contribute to capitalism while living in this country, but that doesn't mean you have to be like a super contributor. That's how I feel personally. Can I eliminate the harm that I cause? No, unfortunately, but you could do a whole lot of reduction. And that's how I feel. So I try to ID areas in my life where, I'm not contributing to this. I don't know. I try to do that in every aspect of my life, honestly. Can I be honest? Speaking of honesty, real radically open and honest with you. Like, I went to the airport because, like I said, I just got back from LA or whatever. And you know what the closest thing to my terminal was? The very closest thing. I was really hungry, by the way. A Chick-fil-A. Womp womp. The closest thing to me and the easiest thing to eat. Oh my God, it would have been so easy. And I'm going to be honest with you as well. I wanted it. I don't see a point in lying to you right now. I was at the airport. I was tired and I was hungry. And I was like, I actually want to order Chick-fil-A. This is a desire that I have. But you know what? I told myself, yes, this may be the closest shop, but literally, I don't know if you've ever been to an airport. There's one right next to it. And there's one right next to it. And there's one right next to it. And there's one right next to it. So like, I literally had options. At that point, Chick-fil-A would not have been my only choice. So when you're presented areas where things are not your only choice and you choose correctly or better than your worst option, that's a good thing to do. That's how you can contribute to putting money in people's pockets. For those of you who don't know, I'm referring to Chick-fil-A's insane, like, anti-gay stances. It goes deep with their homophobia and all this stuff. But I was like, I just don't want to give money to these people at this point. Since I have a choice. And the only thing I can really do is give money, unfortunately, because I need food, and that's how capitalism works in this specific case. I don't have to give it to Chick-fil-A. That's of course a different issue. I'm talking about homophobia, but it's all sort of like ingrained and enmeshed, honestly. So yeah, I went right next door and I got my. Actually, I don't know where I went. I feel like I took a picture of it. Because I was so horrified by how salty the food was. It was some burger place that I've never seen outside of an airport, honestly. But like, yeah, making decisions like that, just keep doing that, honestly. You know, keep doing what you can do. I walked past the Starbucks too, and I was like, nope. I mean, I don't even drink coffee, but I was just like, no, y'all were relying on. It's the thing, right? Is these companies are relying on how easy it is to continue supporting them with, and they make it seem like any version of not supporting them is going to be exponentially harder, but it's actually not that difficult. In my specific case, it wasn't that hard to just go somewhere else, walk a little bit further. It didn't make me late. It was no sort of anything, and so that's how I feel, honestly. Someone said Chick-fil-A is mid anyways. Yeah, no, I don't think it's mid. Look. You're getting my real open and honest opinion. Do I give money to Chick-fil-A at this point in my life? No, I really don't. Do I like the chicken? I did. Yeah. But hey, there's other places. You literally, like, you don't have to do this. You just don't have to. They're not the only people who have chicken. Also, especially here in like North Carolina, we can just have Bojangles. Also, I think Bojangles is better, low key. Personally. Also, I've said so many alsos. It's not really that hard to get Chick-fil-A flavor at home. I feel like a lot of people don't realize this. You could just Google Chick-fil-A copycat recipe, and it is so easy to unpack a Chick-fil-A style like chicken patty. It's not hard to do, honestly, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Someone said going vegan isn't that good. Okay, look, I saw this the other day, which I was like, yo, that's pretty good. It was about like how even if doing things all the way or whatever may not be the first step that everybody's taking, they were like, if people essentially ate like every person ate like 25% less meat, right, than they do on a day-to-day basis, which is probably not even that hard to do, honestly. That would be the same thing as like 25% of people just not eating meat. And I was like, that is interesting to think about. You know, obviously the best solution would not be supporting any sort of industry that is exploitative or harmful or in any way, right? Duh. But like, I was really just thinking, we do have so much more power as individuals, and there's so much more middle ground between totally just capitulating and supporting something full sail or completely writing it out of your life and not doing things that way. And it's just all interesting. Reading chat. Someone said, y'all, even eating less meat is good. I'm on a Mediterranean diet unintentionally at first, and so much better for health and for the meat industry. Yeah, no, you could literally just do less. You could just do less. Reading chat. So I think it's telling that I only know Chick-fil-A from their cow-themed billboards and homophobia. Yeah, easy skip. Continue barely knowing anything. Reading. Someone said a great thing you can do is just reframe your concept of a meal. Meat does not have to be part of each meal. Protein can come from many places. It's very true. It's very deeply true, honestly. Someone said I need cheese though. I mean, hey, do what you will, right? Just know, honestly, you got options. I have cheese in my diet. I haven't cut it out. I'm not intending to in the short term, but hey, what can you do? Someone said helping the environment with every meal. Reading chat. Someone said right, like meatless Mondays. Yeah, maybe just try. That's how I feel, honestly. Like, try. I try. And it is what it is, you know? Like, for example, I went to LA to like record something. This is like my 10th time bringing this up on one stream. As you can tell, I never do anything interesting or fun. So when I do, I get like, it's like I'm on this high for weeks at a time. But anyways, like, I didn't like hop on a private jet and go do that. Now, granted, part of that is because I can't afford to do that. I can't afford to do that. But you know what? Like, hanging out with a bunch of other people on a commercial flight that was already headed there or whatever is a order of magnitude better than me just solely contributing to what am I trying to say? Emissions and stuff like that on a smaller flight or whatever. So it is what it is. I don't know what to say, man. Reading chat. Someone said my vegan ears are tingling. Well, don't worry. You're not going to get cringe anti-veganism from this streamer. I've mentioned it before. It comes up every few streams because people be eating. They be eating meat too. But like, I said it before and I'll say it again. I still wholesale agree with veganism as an idea. I believe speciesism, I don't know how to say that, is real. And I actually don't really think, I really don't think that we as human beings have special or any sort of jurisdiction or right to use anything on this earth more so than other creatures, nor do I believe that we are like advanced to the point of justifying our exploitation of these creatures at all. So yeah, I haven't cut animal products completely out of my life, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just like, what can you do? I have cognitive dissonance, which I'm constantly working on. But yeah, I think rejecting veganism is just kind of like, can be funny to me because I'm just like, we're rejecting the idea that like all life is deserving of rights, I guess. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know, man. Reading. Someone said all vegans are insanely attractive. I stand by this. Maybe I'll become even hotter if I become a vegan. I'll let you know, guys. But it is what it is, you know. We go one step at a time. One step at a time, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said beans and rice is a cheap vegan meal. Beans and rice is awesome as well. I had so much of that growing up. Why? Because I was black. Honestly, at least in my experience of black culture, beans and rice is a hella black meal. I mean, beans and rice is for everybody. Honestly, everybody has their own version of it. But oh my god, I'm thinking about some pinto beans in the crock pot over some rice that was cooked exactly right, which is not sticky, not mushy, just the right consistency. Oh my god. And you could get away with putting so much seasoning in your beans because beans just absorb it. You could put as much spice in there as you want. God, beans and rice is goated, honestly. Genuinely goated. Someone said, yeah, same. I'm currently creating a story that talks about these things, like how us humans view our existence in this world through speciesism, etc. Yeah, no, dude, it's one of the most unpopular opinions you could have in this world. One of the most unpopular opinions you can have in this world is that animals weren't put there for us to consume. But I agree with it. That doesn't mean I'm living by it by any means, but that's one extreme take that will get you labeled a crazy vegan that I'm just like, no, it's consistent with how I feel. I don't really see anything as indicating that like this is how the world works or whatever. I don't feel that special. And I feel hella special on a day-to-day basis. I do. I feel like the main character, but not that much of the main character. I think the more we can leave animals alone or help them, the better. That's how I feel personally. Someone said octopus and whales are intelligent and sentient and we eat them. Yeah, I also, one thing that really bothers me too is I was like watching a movie or whatever, and somebody had used the phrase like intelligent life. They were like, it would be ridiculous to assume that the earth is the only place that has intelligent life on it. And I was like, humans aren't even the only intelligent life on this planet. What do you mean? Like, that's just objectively not true. Excuse me. Yes, our intelligence evolved and manifested in a way where we got the best at messing the planet up. Oh, are we in a destroy the earth competition? Okay, humans won. Yeah, we're intelligent enough to do gestures vaguely to the climate. But that doesn't actually necessarily make us more intelligent than other species on this planet. And there are forms of collective intelligence that are so like advanced in nature that are just genuinely incredible, ones that we still don't even understand all the way. Like at the point where we are literally having to innovate new fields of science just to understand ways in which animals are intelligent. I think it would be a little silly to say that we are the only intelligent ones on this planet. That doesn't make any sense. We're just the only ones that do what we do. And the things that we do is not good. Someone said, in what platform do you listen to music in? YouTube Music, because I'm already here. That's how I feel. That's probably not a good answer, but I'm already on YouTube, so it is what it is. I try not to send people like Spotify playlists, even though so many of my playlists are on Spotify, but like at this point, screw Spotify, honestly. Someone said fungi is peak intelligence on this planet, to be honest. Yeah, bees are hella intelligent, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I just call me wishy-washy or woo-woo or whatever you want, but like, I swear to God, we are not the only intelligent life on this planet. We just put all of our energy into proving how intelligent we are to each other and preserving our history and all of this stuff. But like, bro, come on. Someone said vegan foods can be tasty. Indian food literally exists. Yeah, like vegan doesn't mean like nasty either. It can, but that's a skill issue. I think finding delicious food that doesn't have meat in it, oh, sign me up. Speaking of Indian cuisine, I've been watching Indian Matchmaker because somebody told me that I should. I had told the chat that I was watching Muslim Matchmaker, and somebody had said like, oh, you should watch Indian Matchmaker. That one's really good. And I filed that in my information bank because I wasn't done with Muslim Matchmaker. But then once I finished it, because it was only like 8 episodes, I was like, okay, multiple people had said that in my chat, I'm finna start watching Indian Matchmaking. Well, first of all, it's a great show. Like, I just love seeing people do the things that people do. But like, someone says Seema Auntie. Okay, listen, I'm sorry. Look, we don't be standing people in this house, but as close as we can get, as close as I can get to being a fan of somebody just based off of their appearance on the show, I really, really think that Seema from Mumbai is one of the coolest people on, like, I've ever seen in a reality TV series. I'm trying to turn on my computer so I can show y'all what I'm talking about. My God. Okay, here we go. One thing I'm going to say, the one thing that you need to know about Seema Taparia from Mumbai, she finna be dripped the hell out. Do you understand? I think I'm halfway just watching this show to see what outfit Seema rolls up to these people's houses in. She is so great, honestly. And so basically the premise of the show is exactly what it sounds like. Indian people, she helps them through her matchmaking services find love or whatever, and she tries to work with people. She's not just like willy-nilly doing this. She will ask you what you want and try to put you on dates with people who may share these certain things or whatever. And yeah, it's just overall it's a really entertaining story. Someone said, do you have a clip? I need to see my new bias. I don't know, maybe I can find like a gif of her. Let's see her in motion. It's great. Oh my God, wait, there's some good gifs out of this show. This is amazing. There's so many good quotes about this. Okay, wait, hold on. Moving on. I'll pull my favorite one, which is the first one that comes up. Which would be, sorry, give me a second. Open image in new tab. So she says, my efforts are meaningless if the stars are not aligned. That's the approach that she takes to the show, which I think is so funny, which is basically like, I was just put here to facilitate the matches. I was put on this earth to bring people together, or try. But really, it's on y'all if this works out or not. Y'all have to follow the rules. She takes a very like sort of detached approach for somebody who is matchmaking. You would think they would be really heavily involved. She just tries to match people up based off of their interests and stuff. And sometimes it works out really well. Other times it doesn't work out very well at all. I'm not gonna, someone said, haven't found a new thing to obsess over. Honestly, you should give it a watch if you want to. I'm not gonna like spoil or whatever, but there's been some people on this show who I'm just like, what it made me realize is that people are not honest with themselves about what they want. That's what I noticed. People will say that they want something, and then you will see from their everything, their behavior, the way they treat other people, the things that they say, the things that they do. Oh, you didn't want this thing that you said you want. You actually want this other thing that you're not admitting to yourself. So they'll say they want a person who has these qualities, and then they will encounter this person who has those qualities, and then they'll be like, oh, I don't know, the vibe wasn't right. And it's like, so you didn't want that. You didn't want that. Just say you wanted this other thing. And then what is also really hilarious is like the people on this show, people in real life, just people in general, they downplay so much how important looks are, where it's like they'll be like, yeah, looks are like kind of important to me, but I mostly want them to be a nice person. And then they'll get introduced to somebody who appears from our edited POV through this reality show to be a nice person, and they'll just be like, oh, I don't know, like the attraction wasn't there, or I don't know, just like the spark wasn't there. And I'm like, just say you want somebody hot. Just say it. Just say it. Come to Seema Taparia from Mumbai and tell her, I want the absolute hottest person you have on your roster. Literally, I want them to look like a Bridgerton cast member, and let her do her magic. But she takes people at their face value of saying these things aren't important, and then it turns out they're so deeply important to them. It's so funny, man. It's so funny. Someone said people don't want to be known for being superficial. Meanwhile, they are superficial. Literally, I almost feel like there's nothing wrong with admitting it. Honestly, granted, that's not how I would go about being in a relationship, because like beauty, first of all, I feel like is a construct. As somebody who is quite beautiful, oh man, no point in being humble. Honestly, I did this to myself. I literally, like, yes, there's certain aspects about myself that I can't change or was born with. So I guess I can't necessarily take credit for my bone structure or my eyes or my facial harmony, or, okay, we get the point. But like, also, I did have to do some inner work and external work and trying to figure out, how can I dress? How can I move through this world in a way in which I seem confident? How can I do all of these things and stuff like that? And so because I actually did have to put some effort into looking nice on camera, which funnily enough is the only reason I look nice on camera. I think like beforehand, I just kind of was whatever and I didn't really care. But once I figured out that looking nice on camera is a skill, like almost something you can do in an RPG, I just started grinding that stat over the past few years. I literally don't even see attractiveness as a real thing. Someone said hygiene equals, to me, hygiene is better than physical attraction. I would agree. Like, it doesn't matter, bro. Who gets to be pretty or beautiful or whatever, first of all, it's such a sham based off of standards that we ourselves are not setting. And then secondly, ain't none of that finna last. None of that finna last. So you on this show and you in your 20s or your 30s and you're super worried about your partner being like the hottest person ever. Do you think they're still gonna look like that when they're like 60? Because the point of this show, by the way, is to get married. These people are specifically going into long-term relationships. So I'm like, I do not understand the point of prioritizing looks in a relationship when looks are so subject to change. Also, my own looks have changed a lot too. Like over the years, I've had fluctuations in my weight. I've had fluctuations in various like health things that were completely out of my control. And the thing that y'all ain't not gonna realize, someone said your looks maxing. I'll get to that in a second. The thing that you're not gonna realize is like, I did not become less beautiful when I was fat, for example. Or like, when I have had issues with my skin in the past or whatever, I actually wasn't less beautiful because of acne. I was never less beautiful because of anything that has ever physically affected the outside of me. That was society deeming me to maybe be less worthy because I failed some sort of visual test that they made up. But actually, I was always beautiful from jump. And as to your looks maxing point, that's what I sort of realized, more so than me actually trying to change elements of my outward appearance, which is pointless because then the standard is just going to change on you again in the future. I more so just started realizing like what I was given is what I have to work with. So how can I maximize these traits? And yeah, a lot of that does go into, okay, I want to have the best skin I can have under the circumstances, or I want to dress the coolest I can, even though I dress like insane. I'm aware of this. It's not necessarily things, well, I can't say it's not things I would wear out in public because I also dress like this in public, but yeah, no, it's so deeply internal. It's so deeply internal being beautiful, which I feel like people don't realize. And then if it's external, it's not your fault in the first place, because I don't know, it's so stupid. So sometimes I do laugh at people, I'm not gonna lie, because that's ultimately the point of reality TV, is laughing at the people on camera and be like, ha, I could never. But I laugh at those people and I'm just like, y'all are prioritizing something that's literally finna fade. It's finna fade in like 20 years max. And that goes for everybody there, the men, the women, etc. It's not real, bro. It really ain't. Someone said, you just helped me feel a bit better about my current acne situation. I'm glad, honestly. I say this with absolutely no cope. Actually, here, I'm going to bring this up again. I'm going to bring this up because I think that this is such an interesting video. But Amanda Seyfried, who here is familiar with her work? I think she's a pretty great actress. Don't know much about her as a person, but I do enjoy following her work and stuff. She did one of those Vogue get ready with me's. I don't know how to say that in the plural. Amanda Seyfried Vogue routine. Okay, great. I found it. And yes, obviously, she is still a celebrity and has access to treatments and stuff that the average person doesn't have access to. But I got so shook when I clicked into this, and she just totally had eczema.
Hi, Vogue. It's
like, it's just totally clearly, like, you can't really see in this video because I'm streaming it. Oh no, you can totally see. Hold on, I'm gonna try to make it higher quality for you. Yeah, we'll put it in 1080p. Okay, there we go.
A GD hard.
Dude, you could see her actual literal skin texture. And I was like, this is allowed? What? I've literally never seen a celebrity do one of these Vogue beauty routine get ready with me while actually having any sort of like anything going on with their face at all. And so seeing this, it made me really happy because I was just like, dude, we need more of this. We need more of this. Someone said men will see this and say they should make makeup illegal. No, that's an insane take. You're right that people will say this, but that's for them a crazy take to have. The real take is like, notice how she does not become less conventionally attractive just because she has texture on her skin. I'm gonna mute this. I realize I'm talking over her. I'm competing with Amanda Seyfried. Not a good idea. I really watched this video and I was just like, this is awesome. This is dope. I really wish more people could do that. It would be fantastic if we could just all stop pretending that having skin texture or eczema or acne or wrinkles or whatever it is that you experience, be that due to some sort of like, it could be just natural aging or conditions or whatever. At the end of the day, you still look like Amanda Seyfried, in this case, Hollywood actress. At the end of the day, you still look like you have like so much value beyond the very outside of you is usually what I'm looking at. And then I think about this too from like an art perspective too. Like if I was to draw Amanda Seyfried, I'm not starting with like eczema, right? That's not what I'm seeing as an artist. I'm really trying to look at what makes this face interesting. What is different about her face that you don't see in the average person? What is similar about her face that is, you know, easier to draw? What about Amanda Seyfried makes her look like her? It's not eczema. And that's how I feel too about the person who said they have acne. Like, don't worry. Even if it is red and angry as my acne has been in the past, that is not what's making you look like you. That might be literally all that you're seeing in the mirror, but bro, that is the very outside of you. You will always have people who are trying to look beyond that. And to the people who aren't, like, literally screw them. I'm sorry. I can't take them seriously. It's a no for me, dog. Anyways, someone said big eyes, balanced face, gorgeous eyes. Okay, you know what the other thing is too, though? Like, pulling Amanda Seyfried's face back up, actually. I think this is a really great example of how beauty, a lot of times, is literally just diversion or digression from the norm. I think, like, in general, yeah, she does have, like, larger eyes than your average person for sure. She has an interesting face, honestly, chat. And I feel like a lot of people who they worry about some of their facial features, or they worry about not being attractive because they understand objectively that they do not have features similar to what most people have. I don't know how to explain to them. That is literally the beauty that you're looking for is right there. Whatever it is about you that's just like, oh God, no one else looks like this. That is, to me, when I'm just like, oh, that's a good face right there. I tell my friends, honestly, we walk past people and I don't ever tell people like, oh, that person was so hot or whatever, because that's not actually how I experience the world. But honestly, I have been known to walk past somebody and then turn to a friend out of your shot, obviously, and be like, that person has a great face. That's a good face right there. I would love to like draw that. I would love to get to the bottom of what makes that person look like them. To me, that's all that beauty is. What is it that makes you actually look like yourself? You know what I mean? And yes, obviously, standards are like an annoying layer of noise on the outside, like telling us, no, actually, beauty is this one very narrow thing. But dog, it is what it is. It is what it is. Is Riz at the end of the day. Reading chat. Someone say, you see you every day. You will be most critical unless you can think about what you love as hard as possible. Yeah, for real. You really got to lean into it. I think the thing is too, like, people talk about like confidence and like, oh, I admire your confidence or whatever. It does take some confidence. I think people can get like annoyed by the term or whatever, but like, I remember when I shaved my head, because like I had really pretty hair. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure many of you, the majority of you know, but if you had never heard of me before, let's see if I can find an example. We'll use, this is a decent example, I guess. This is an older picture, but I had such beautiful hair. It was so pretty. I love this picture. It was so, I loved it. And what I realized, honestly, was like, that was maybe the last layer of distraction away from my face. I had been wanting to not just cut my hair. I had been wanting to go bald for a while, but I was like, if I cut my hair off, there will be, and I was ever to be seen without glasses on a live stream, which happens a lot because I'd be ripping my glasses off my face. I was like, I have nothing left to hide behind. I have nothing left to hide behind. This is just how I look. There, you can't notice my hair. You can't notice anything else about me. I mean, I guess I have a smile. That's something. But I was like, I did get a little bit scared at first because I was just like, do I have enough confidence to not even have hair for people to notice? But honestly, it paid off. It worked out. And I'm happy. Someone said those glasses are amazing. Thank you. I like those glasses a lot. I like glasses that are not like super heavy frames, which is funny because some might consider these to be heavy frames or whatever. But for me, I don't know how to describe it. I have so many different weird philosophies about glasses because I've been wearing them for like 15 years. But yeah, I'm real picky. I'm real picky about my glasses, but those were a really good pair. I like these a lot too, honestly. Someone said, when I shaved my head for the first time, I thought I'd look like a badass and I just felt like a baby. Honestly, Chad, sometimes I feel baby too. Sometimes I just rub the top of my head and I'm just like, I don't got no hair. And then I'm just like, and I just go back about my day. I go back about my day, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said going bald is either super humbling or the biggest ego boost ever. Yeah, I won't lie though. I feel two different ways about that. I won't lie, it was an ego boost after I did shave my hair, and then I was like, I didn't even need hair. I didn't even need hair. Y'all couldn't tell me nothing. Y'all couldn't tell me nothing. Like, I was glad that I was not making content like the first 2 months after I shaved my hair, because I was so annoying. Y'all think I talk big about myself already? It was like every day I would look in the mirror and just be like, oh my God, you didn't even need hair. It was all right here. It was a lot for me, honestly. And then I pulled back a little. I'm like, okay, chill out. But I will say though, I swear to God, I swear to you, I have never seen anybody look worse just because they decided to go bald. I know that you're in your mind, you're immediately going to jump to like maybe some example that you have or whatever. No. I think it doesn't work if you're not ready for it. Okay? This is purely based off of vibes. But once you finally unlock the bald vibe, whether that's at age, I don't know, 20, what was I, 26? I think it was 26 when I shaved my hair last year. Whether that's 26 or 56 or 66 or just 6 years old, and you finally decide that you're ready and that you don't care no more, that's when bald looks good. I've never seen nobody shave their hair knowing it was time and go out in this world and look worse because of it. It's never happened. It's literally never happened. Never. You hear me? Someone said I was shocked seeing the bald head on that fateful Instagram live. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I went live on Instagram first, was because I was like, I need some practice. I think me coming back to YouTube and having nobody know that I don't have hair anymore would be a little overwhelming. But yeah, I did a little test live on Instagram and then I posted a community post and it was mostly fine. But yeah, ultimately, I don't regret it. I do not regret it. Someone said, as a bald, agreed. I tried some wigs before growing my hair out because I just didn't think hair would be worth it again. Someone said people rarely look bad bald. For real. Excuse me, for real. Anyways, someone said, baby, you got to see r/bald. I've seen it. Okay, hold on. Wait. I don't want to just randomly pull up this subreddit. It's dangerous randomly pulling up Reddits because sometimes you get like weird stuff there. Oh, snap. Okay. Yeah. Look, the very first post is going to illustrate what I'm talking about here. Okay, so this dude, there's nothing to make fun of. Like, don't make fun of people's appearances, no matter what's going on. I don't think he looks bad. He's just clearly balding, right? Also clearly has a lot of cool things going on with his appearance, with the tattoos and the dark fashion and all this stuff, right? So clearly understands at some point, hey, the hair is maybe not working for me. Are you going to tell me that this looks worse? Bro, he got drippy as hell. I'm sorry, that is literally like orders of that is actually insane how he went from this, or how he went to this from this. That's not even the same person, okay? He didn't have to get rid of the beard. He didn't have to change his sense of fashion. Nothing like that. That's crazy, okay? And it's not always just when you're balding. I think being bald, if you want to be bald, looks better than balding every time. But even if you have hair, it can still be a really, really dope thing. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Whoa. The very second post, somebody says, are women allowed here? They're allowed on this stream. So you have this person balding, again, does put effort into their stuff, dyes their hair, has a cool look or whatever, realizes at some point, okay, it's kind of going away. Like, are you kidding me? It's literally not fair, actually, how crazy of a glow up. And then look, now she rocking out with the head tattoos. Get out of my face, y'all. Get out of my face with this. I'm telling you right now. there's something so goated about just being like, you know what? I'm not really happy with my hair, so I'm not gonna have it on my head anymore. I was happy with my hair, but I was getting hot in this North Carolina weather. No matter what your reason is, get rid of it. Get rid of it, honestly. Someone said bald plus alt is so cute, like that's a look. True. I think it goes really well with all of my alt looks, which I've been doing a lot of lately because I've been into this as a vibe. But yeah, no, like men, women, neither, each, both. If you actually want to go bald and you have some sort of hesitation or whatever, get rid of it. Because honestly, the truth of the matter is you really can't wear hats, honestly. Your hair will grow back. Look, if you shave your head bald and you actually hate it, first of all, I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But like your hair will grow back, honestly. You can revert. It's not permanent, honestly. Someone said she's more confident and radiant. But that's the thing though, is like literally when I was telling you instead of looks maxing, I actually just internally tried to make sure that I felt like I looked good. Look at this difference. Dude, body language. I do not think people realize how big of a thing your actual posture is. Nobody talk. I've never seen anybody talk about this. I swear to God, having good posture makes you look better. I don't know how to explain this. And also just like existing in a confident way, right? So this is a fine picture. This is a mirror selfie from somebody who is unhappy with one aspect of their appearance versus the stance of a person who knows that they look good is ridiculous. The stance of a person who knows that they're eating is just so very different. Same here of like, if I go to, where was she? If I go to her earlier pictures, right? Which obviously this person looks lovely. They look really fun or whatever. But the stance of somebody who knows that they look good. I'm telling you that is 90% of it. Not 75, not 88, not 82, not 80, not some weird lower number. It's 90. 90% of this is just thinking that you look good and that you finna look good regardless. Because also, if you've ever wondered, how are there so many people who look good when they all look different or whatever? They done figured it out a little bit. They done figured it out. Someone said, I'm so tempted to go bald now. Consider it. You know, you don't got to do it. It's definitely not for everybody. Hair is awesome. And having hair is also awesome. But if it's something that you've been ideating, there's nothing wrong with maybe pulling the trigger. Someone says shaved in 2018. Shaved in 2018 and people made me feel so bad asking what I'm going through. Leave me be. Yeah, no, shaving your head doesn't always have to mean like you're going through something crazy. I know it wasn't for me personally. Anyways, someone said I'm socially anxious, but no one realizes because standing up straight and walking like you know what you're doing works. Honestly, yeah, it's goated. Okay, so what have we learned? Being bald can be goated, but really I actually think it's just letting go of things that don't serve you. That's really what it is. It's literally in this case not specifically that being bald is a better look than having hair, balding or not. It's that letting go of things that weigh you down 100% makes you a happier person. It does. And then you become more outwardly radiant or you become more secure or whatever it is that you're looking for, you're going to find it. And stand up a little bit straighter. And there you go. That's my tutorial. You don't have to look max. Just do these two things. And I promise you will become, I don't know, 3%. 3%. You look 3% better, which is really even more than you need. You don't even need that 3%, but it can go a long way. It goes a long way. Anyways, bye everybody. I am going to leave. It is 4:30. I actually streamed for longer than I usually stream. Who knew we would wind up getting extra? I had to make up for the time when I barely got to stream because I had to either fly out or I was sick or whatever. But I really enjoyed it and I really look forward to seeing you all next week. Bye. All right. Stop streaming.